Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. You woke up.
I ain't feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And remember, don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Excuse me. Anyways, we're back. The name of the show today is Pay Attention. Pay attention. You know, you can avoid a lot of drama. You can survive. You can persevere. You can get promoted. You can be great. A lot of times I feel like one of my superpowers, if you will, is my ability to pay attention. Now, sometimes I don't. I get distracted easily. I'm always trying to do multiple things at one time. It's hard for me to even listen to people talk sometimes because my brain is just going while they're talking and I'm not hearing what they're saying. But I do have a skill related to focusing because when I'm really focusing, and that's why sometimes it looks like I have a mug on my face or whatever, but it's usually because I'm focusing on something. And I can focus and I can really pay attention and I'll catch those little details. Like attention to detail is a thing that I have, you know. And it's like that movie. They just came out with the latest one, Denzel Washington. What is it called? It's called what the hell? I can't think of the name of it right now. But it's when he clicks the little timer and then he just like beats people up. He doesn't even have any weapons and stuff. But what he's really doing is he's really paying attention. Like he's taking in a lot of details. So usually he chops it up with the people for a little while, and while he's doing that, he's just taking in all the details around him, seeing what weapons he can use and so forth and so on, what weaknesses people have, how far away they are from them, what they're likely to do. He's taking in all of that information, like, and I think that's his skill. Like that's his superpower. Like anyways, I think that we can do better. We can do better as individuals. We can do better as a society. You know, we can hold each other accountable too. If we can just our over self-indulgence, our how we just kind of like um, totally selfish way of moving is what is a problem. So if we pay attention to others, and I kind of like my daughter kind of complains sometimes. She says I kind of gave her a disadvantage because she's always thinking about other people, and most people don't do that. So she says it's a disadvantage, and I can totally understand what she means by that. But you know, imagine how great the world would be if people paid more attention to each other, the things around them, how people feel. And it could be a reaction to trauma too, going through a lot of trauma. You tend to be really sensitive to people's facial expressions, their emotions, their tone, you know. But anyways, that's probably what built built my superpower by going through trauma. You read the comic books, and every time they have like a power, it's always out of a disaster, like some really horrible stuff happened to them, and as a result, they develop this skill or this power, if you will. And I think that's how it goes for real for us humans. I think a lot of times when they're talking about the superheroes or they're talking about the comic books, even though it's fiction, it's a reflection of society. It's a reflection of real people. Like, it's extra dramatic in the comic books, but in real life, it's still there. There's aspects of truth that is there. Anyways, let's get this party started. Getting a bunch of notifications. I don't know what that is. But yeah, so I want to the hell was that? Go into some stuff here. NYC's underwater. I don't know what I want to do first. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Give me a second. I got something I need to do to get myself together. So I'm gonna play some of this video that Pat sent me. Let's play some of this, and that way it'll give me a chance to get myself together, y'all. Doc sent this. I didn't really get a chance to check it out because he sent it earlier, and I was at work all day.
School, and she is the co-author of a new book, The Adversity of Diversity: How Real Unity Training. Can you finish that for me, Carol?
And promote healing in a post-affirmative action world. But Glenn, I have to tell you that we changed the subtitle, and I believe the new subtitle that will be on the covers of books that are sold next week will be how the Supreme Court's decision to end race-based admissions spells doom to DEI programs.
Yeah, okay. I got the idea. Carol Swain is, I think you can say, an African-American woman, an academic, a writer, a speaker, an activist. She's also a conservative Christian woman who is very outspoken with her views. I looked you up on Twitter, Carol. Your Twitter bio says political scientist, commentator, and best-selling author. God, yes. Country, and family are critically important to me. My pronouns are, I told you so.
You know
What do you mean by
something,
that?
Glenn, the people that wanted to silence me should have kept me in academia, because there I could have done a little bit of damage. And since I left academia, through the PragerU videos and media, I have reached millions of people. Prager alone, over 70 million people around the world have seen my videos. And so, my platform as an academic, you reach a few people, but they should have kept me in academia.
Carol is an old friend. Full disclosure, I first met her, gosh, I don't know when, it would have been 35 years ago or something ridiculous
I was
like
an
that.
undergraduate when I first learned about you, and I used your research, and I believe that I cite you in my 1983 senior thesis on affirmative action that I quote from in the new book.
Oh, wow. I gotta go look that up. That was 40 years ago, so it's been a long time. Carol, I'm just wondering, the Republicans had their first debate of the presidential election season earlier this week. I know you caught it. And I'm just wondering, last I heard, you were a strong supporter of Donald Trump. What you make, is that still true? And
Well,
in
let
any
me tell
case,
you-
what did you make of the debate?
Well, first of all, I supported Trump in 2016 and 2020. And as a strong Christian woman, I did not feel led to endorse him or get behind him. So I was doing the neutrality thing, trying very hard to be the neutral person, because I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. And I liked Ron DeSantis with Vivek. How do you pronounce his name? Vivek.
I think he says Vivek.
Vivek. Okay. Well, with him, I find him fascinating. I believe he's the smartest person on the stage, but he's young and he's inexperienced.
I'm here. I don't know what the hell just happened. It would happen when I walk away from the freaking screen. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know how long I was out. I apologize.
I consider trumped up charges. And there's a Black man named Harrison Floyd who headed Black Voices for Trump. And I have to tell you that I have spent my life not doing Black stuff. I was never in a Black student union. I was never a Black political scientist. For the most part, I've not done Black stuff in my life. But I made an exception for Trump. When they asked me to be a part of Black Voices for Trump, I was persuaded to do it. And, maybe I didn't see any other role, but I wanted to be involved. And so I became a part of Black Voices for Trump. Harrison Floyd was the director or organizer for Black Voices for Trump. And he's a young Black man, military background, a gentleman. Everything I've seen about him, he carries himself like a military man. And I just love Harrison. He's probably in his 30s. He's the only one of the 19 co-defendants that's still in jail. And he's in jail because they are denying him bail. And so when I saw Harrison...
This is in Fulton County?
Yes. And when I saw Harrison's mugshot and just, I feel like tearing up now because it really hurts me. He's the only one in jail because he was denied bail. And it goes back to an FBI agent some months ago came to his home in Maryland. They said that he, I saw one version where they said he shoved the FBI agent or he one said body slammed or walked up to him and with his chest. And, he was very upset about being served. a warrant involving January 6th. And so he was charged on state charges. They were dismissed, but then the feds charged him with a violent act. And so that was being handled in the federal system. He was a free man. He turns himself in Fulton County, and they decided that the black man, they did not grant him bail because they said he was violent. And all these Democrats that let murderers and rapists and anyone go free because they don't believe that you should post bail, they had this man, young family man, in jail because he headed Black Voices for Trump. So I was pretty upset, and I know that that's not the question you asked me, but that's where I am today. Upset.
Well, it's interesting that would be the case you bring up, because my wife, LaJuan, whom I have mentioned here at the Glenn Show more than once, lovely wife, LaJuan, is a liberal, ultra liberal, Carol. She's a wonderful woman. Our politics are a little different, hers and mine, but we don't disagree about everything. And she sent me by email, we're in different parts of the house. She emailing over here, I'm emailing over there, the story about this guy. Among the defendants in the Atlanta case that is being brought against Donald Trump for messing with the Georgia election, the only one to actually get locked up is a black man. She said, see there? She said to me, see there? They racist. They're racist everywhere. And you come here with the same example.
No, but the black people were the ones that put him in jail, not the, and some people are saying, well, why, haven't they gotten him out? Well, at first he didn't have a legal defense fund, but he should not have been denied bail. And so you need to go back to your liberal wife and let her know that it was that he is in jail because he headed Black Voices for Trump.
Okay.
And I don't rule out going to jail. I don't rule out, I've never been arrested. I've always been a law-abiding citizen, but I could be in jail. Like January, I was in DC January 5th. We had a meeting for the 1776 Commission, and I was invited to be a part of the group because then I was still part of Black Voices for Trump. That was going to be a very nice place to stand outside in the freezing weather. And I don't like protests and rallies and crowds and wondering where the bathroom is. And so as I was on the plane leaving to go home, there were people coming in for the rally. And I could have been in that crowd of people. And you didn't have to go inside the Capitol to be caught up in it and be forced to spend money defending yourself.
What's up, Pat? You there?
What's up? Yeah, man, I'm here. What's going on?
Chilling. So yeah, comments on this right here where we was playing.
Well, I think some people miss the story on some of these things because they're, our mainstream hideous media sometimes leaves out points like what she's mentioning, and we get a different dose of what we don't get all the sides of the story. I'm just gonna say that part, and because I think we had kind of mentioned that guy, and it's just like, well, I mean, hey, he's in jail, they got him locked up, whatever, blah blah blah, but they don't realize there's this what they've been talking about for a while now, the two-tiered system of justice. It seems as though if you do the right thing, you end up in jail and no opportunity for bail. And if you commit crimes, it's like, all right, look, get out of here. Like, what you doing? Like, they probably never even see a jailhouse. You know what I'm saying? Some of them, but I think that it's important to see that things like this are, these things are happening, and for us to maybe put a brighter lens on some of these things so that maybe we can have a little bit better understanding of what we're dealing with. But I think it's kind of foul to have this, just because of somebody that's willing to he's like pretty much almost a nobody to some extent, you know what I'm saying, compared to some of the other people who got caught up in the RICO with Trump. For him to just be, you know, willing to put an organization together to, you know, help him further his campaign to be president is getting locked up, which is another deterrence toward, you know, it's like a, what is Trump calling it? This is another like you know, interference in his campaign. So I just, you know, like I said, I guess it doesn't really matter what my stance is, you know, politically, because, you know, like sometimes I'm all over the place. Because I mean, I'm, you know, I don't care what party you're with, because if you show to be worthy of the position, I mean, I'll give you the support necessary. But I think we just need to kind of give some balance to ourselves in the way that we see the world, because everything that glitters and just not gold, you know.
And so, how did this come across? You know, how did this grab your attention or whatever? How did you come across this?
Well, just well, you know, I was like, you know, there's some things that you know, I kind of been out of the loop, and I just started looking at, you know, just some stuff that was I guess on my algorithm. This is some stuff that just popped up, and I saw this, and it's like, you know, no, I was actually watching something else, and this came on right afterward. And you know, as I'm listening, I'm hearing the story that they were telling, because you know, I had it on my Bluetooth speaker, and I'm just kind of just doing little things here in the crib or whatever, and I hear the story, and I'm like, what? So I go look at it, and I'm seeing, you know, because I think I put in there, said at least listen to the first 8 minutes, because I'm, you know, probably about 10, 12 minutes into it. So I go back and I kind of see where it was. Um, but the first 8 minutes, I was like, this story that she just told is like, you know, this is a great example of, you know, how the system is working against people who are, you know, in their own right, is, you know, doing the right thing. They hadn't really committed any crime other than being, you know, having support for Trump. And then, you know, of course, I think I had just finished listening to one of the things that I listened to on Forbes, where they were talking about all of the 700 pages that they have of Hunter Biden and you know, some of the things that he has said that implicates his father, their family, in, you know, was it some tax things that the Justice Department has looked over, and kind of like giving them all the leeway possible for them to, you know, get away whatever they want to. And this is going back to when he was vice president to current. So it's like people who are committing crimes can get away with it. Those who are not might not. And you may not, you know, in my mind, I'm thinking we're not safe. You know what I'm saying? We could be just mind our own business. And, you know, if you know, I think that's why a lot of people just kind of like, when it comes to to politics or this, that, and the other, either they don't really voice it and they don't say what they really feel, because if they do, they might end up like this dude, this military, somebody who serves the country, obviously loves the country, and doing what he feels is the right thing. And then, but now he's in jail with no chance for bail until who knows when.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I covered a bit about that in the show. I think it's, you know, it's kind of revealing, I think, you know, that went down the way that it did. I think it's pretty revealing.
And he's the only black person, you know, if we're going to use that terminology, You know, he's the only melanated person in the whole crew, and he don't really have the brigade coming after, like these different, financial forces to come and back him up, and even if he did, like it wouldn't matter. They won't give him a bail because
Yeah.
he's quote unquote dangerous. And I mean, this whole, the way we use dangerous for them, dangerous is politically, like he can reach enough people, or he's doing things that can be dangerous to them. It doesn't necessarily have to be to the world, to the community. It can
Well,
just be to them.
and the last thing I saw about him was he's representing himself too. He don't even have a lawyer.
Yeah, he doesn't
Like,
have any, but which
representing
was
yourself in a RICO case is suicide, man.
well, I mean, it really depends, because I mean, for some people, having a lawyer might not be the best thing, because you know the first obligation for these lawyers is the court. So they're not, your best interest isn't always theirs.
Well, if you paying them, they should be. It should be.
What shouldn't, shoulda, coulda, woulda. I mean, I'm just telling you, bro.
Yeah.
um you just come
Um,
there and present yourself. But
let's get into some stories. It was brought to my attention that Feinstein passed away today, and I didn't hear about it because I was at work all day, and someone brought it up to
who
me
is
at work.
this?
Feinstein, the senator, the Democratic senator, old lady.
Wait a minute, is she one of them that was in trouble?
No, no, it's not related to this story at all. What we were just talking
Oh,
about.
okay. Oh, no, no. Well, no. I was just saying, like, but no. Yeah, I think I did see that. That this lady passed, but I wasn't sure if this was one that was getting caught up on some of these financial.
No, it's just
Frail and wheelchair.
it's just that she's older and she was sick already, and it kind of points to freaking limits, term limits and stuff like that,
Oh,
and how we deal with people basically passing
well,
away in office and shit.
yeah. Well, I mean, we've got many great examples of that. I mean, shoot. I
'Cause
mean,
you
I
just
guess
had the
this
Supreme
is what's
Court justice. What was her name? Why can't I think of her name? Like, I'm too much going through my mind right now. Anyways, let me play some of this.
Frail and wheelchair bound, these are some of the last images of Senator Dianne Feinstein. At 90, she was the oldest sitting U.S. senator, working till the end. On Thursday morning, she cast her final vote on the Senate floor. By Thursday evening, she had passed away at her home in D.C. There had been calls for her to resign over the past few months due to failing health. But people are also remembering her today for a courageous moment in 1978 that propelled her into the national spotlight. Shaken but stoic, Feinstein, then president of the County Board of Supervisors in San Francisco, announced the brutal killings of the city's mayor, George Moscone, and Supervisor Harvey Milk, the first openly gay man to be elected to public office in California.
Both Mayor Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk have been shot and killed.
She's being celebrated today as a trailblazer and public servant for the ages.
So yeah, damn, I didn't know this was Inside Edition. I might get it for fucking playing their stuff. I clicked too fast.
Yeah, the term limits, man. That's I think Wanda Sykes had she, of course, it's comedy, but like everybody has to, with the type of country that we have, like everybody should have a chance to serve, year, 2 years, whatever it is, and go back to whatever the hell it was you was doing before. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think, of course, might have some weird
Well,
stuff,
I
but
would say a year or 2 years is too short, but
well, I mean,
yeah,
I think one of the problems is that we have these people who come up with their own, like they're having personal agendas, or a personal agenda that they, someone's personal agenda that they'll take on once they get in, um, which I think can be dangerous, because I mean, if we look at some of the things that is going on now and where they began and how it progressed over the years. I mean, shoot, I mean, I'm still amazed that somebody who was in politics for 47 years before becoming vice president and then now president, he's still here. And the record that he has, like, people actually wanted him to be president. And it's just like, bro, like, some of this stuff is really, really can be dangerous. But because I mean, it just speaks volumes into how serious we are as a people about politics, because we don't know enough about the politicians. And it's just like, oh, he's saying some good shit right now, but we don't know that he's been having
we got a short memory.
systematic. He has a
Yeah.
systematic approach that doesn't include everyone. And this is happening. I'm trying to do my best without trying to pick on a specific side, but there's people that just not have your best interest at heart, and they'll tell you what you want to hear to get your attention, to get your vote, and then for 4 years you don't hear from them, you don't see them. They could care less what you think or how you feel, and then they'll be back looking for that same support again, and you'll give it to them.
Yeah. Let me play this.
We are just learning that Senator Dianne Feinstein has died at the age of 90. She was in her sixth term as U.S. Senator from the state of California. She, along with Barbara Boxer, were the first two women elected to the Senate from the state of California. That happened back in 1992, which was dubbed the Year of the Woman. Across the board, with a lot of women elected into the House and the Senate. Dianne Feinstein had planned to retire at the end of her current term in 2024. California Governor Gavin Newsom will appoint a temporary successor to fill her Senate seat.
Yeah, so they're going to have a special election. So they said, how long was she in there? The longest running senator, they didn't say how long. Sixth term. So, yeah, so as a senator, they go in for, what is it? It's 6 years, right? It's 2 for the House of Representatives and it's 6 for them. So, what is that? 36 years? Wow.
Yeah.
That's almost my age. She's been she's been a senator almost as long as I've been alive. And I think that's where we run into issues.
Well, that's the same thing I was looking at, like I said, our current president. I mean, shoot, he has been there longer than I've been alive.
Let's get into some stuff. Let me see. It was something funny. Do I want to do that? We don't do enough funny stuff on here, but I don't know if I want to do that.
Okay.
It's too much serious stuff to be freaking laughing.
Well,
you can laugh on the other shows. You can laugh.
If you want some laughter, don't come here.
Yeah, you can find plenty of laughing other places.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we got some. How's it going, brother?
Fine, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Great. The age limits that they set for them to even run for these positions is the first step of why these guys are dying in office, if you say, the president has to be 50, 55 before he can even run for president. You got to be 40, 45 or so before you can run for senator or whatnot. They fear the youth for the radical thoughts that they may have to even apply for these positions, even though America needs an infusion of that youth thoughts to be able to bring us together. We're not just divided by color, we're divided by thoughts,
and age. So yeah, we need that mix. We need a good mix. Yeah, I think, because we can't just exclude the older folks, but we can't just exclude the young folks either. So that's
exactly. I mean, the bills that they passing, the laws that they're passing, and all type of things. I don't want to say that they're antiquated in their thoughts, but yeah, I mean, the world is changing the every day. The theater of government is changing every day, and we need an infusion of young blood. That's the main thing, and that's what President Barack Obama brought, and that's why he was able to flourish as well as he did, because he was more in touch with the youth. I don't want to say the youth. I want to say the younger Americans and voters. You know what I mean?
The younger the younger minds.
Right. Yeah, so definitely. I mean, you got people in there that hung out with George Washington that still that went to school with Abe.
Yeah.
I think that's a really good point. That's a great point, man. Let me play this video right here, y'all. Check this out.
That is the only evidence that they have brought forward. And honestly, I hope and pray that my parents love me half as much as he loves his child. Until they find some evidence, we need to get back to the people's work, which means keeping this government open so that people don't go hungry in the streets of the United States. And I will yield. President of the United States has committed. But when we start talking about things that look like evidence, they want to act like they blind. They don't know what this is. These are our national secrets. Looks like in the this looks like more evidence of our national secrets, say on a stage at Mar-a-Lago. When we're talking about somebody that's committed high crimes, it's at least indictments. Let's say 32 counts related to unauthorized retention of national security secrets, 7 counts related to obstructing the investigation, 3 false statements, 1 count of conspiracy to defraud the United States, falsifying business records, conspiracy to defraud the United States, 2 counts related to efforts to obstruct the vote certification proceedings, 1 count of conspiracy to violate civil rights, 23 counts related to forgery or false document statements, 8 counts related to soliciting, and I could go on because he's got 91 counts pending right now. But I will tell you what the president has been guilty of. He has unfortunately been guilty of loving his child unconditionally, and that is the only evidence that they have brought forward. And honestly, I hope and pray that my parents love me half as much as he loves his child. Until they find some evidence, we need to get back to the people's work, which means keeping this government open so that people don't go hungry in the streets of the United States. And I will yield.
Okay. Amen. I appreciate that. Yes, I do. I am. I don't think that they're going to mess with my check. From what I understand, I am on disability, and I could possibly not receive my my check on the 3rd because of this. And what do you do? I mean, you got people that's living on that income, and here you just up and just shut the government down. That's not the answer. We need the government to be working 24 hours, actually, if anything. It is the look at you sent so much money to the Ukraine, billions and billions of dollars. Let's keep these billions right here. Let's get America back straight before we get anybody else straight.
Well,
and
I think that's a part
every
of the
time they
problem,
do
though.
this every year.
Yeah.
And they do this every year, and they it's like they're playing with people's lives. It's a bargaining chip. I don't think your check won't be affected. Usually, like the Social Security checks and those kinds of checks still go out. It'd be the government workers. Like if you're employed by the government, you won't get your check, if the government is shut down. So,
right.
But those kinds of services, they usually continue to go throughout the government shutdown. But still, they're playing with people's lives, for political gain, and it's like the same story every freaking year. We've been doing this shit.
Well, I
Go
don't
ahead.
think it's because see, I think the thing is that okay, this is the only combat that they actually have for overspending. And when there's a budget that they push through, well, we've covered all this stuff over the months and years that we've been on here, and they push through these different things on a budget and expect you to sign so you don't hold up government. So they're not doing the things to begin with the right way, and then you find out a month, 2 months, 5 months later down the road all the things that they have included in it, and then here it is a hyper economic situation that we are not prepared for, and or really we can't afford. And it's like like I said, the main major example that's going on now is sending multiple billions of dollars to Ukraine, and we have people here that are starving, are homeless, don't have things to eat, but we can totally be more concerned about what's going on the other side of the planet. So it's really the only way to kind of stop this, because like I said, I mean, I think one of the
that
biggest
money's gonna keep
differences.
flowing.
Well, the budget, because I mean, and they don't care about the people, because I mean, obviously if we just look at common sense, the budget does not depend on our taxes. The budget depends on them, expanding the printing press. As long as they can continue to print money, we can continue to go into debt, continue making the average day citizens slaves, and and instead of these monies actually reversing the problems, it's just adding to them. So I think that the more conservative minds are the ones that's like, all right, well, look, hold on, we got to stop somewhere. And yes, there's people that's going to be at risk, but at the same time, how much do we put them, how far are we going to put the people at risk is the question.
Well, they're pushing, they want to cut social programs. That's what they want to do. And they don't mind doing the tax cuts. So, they give the tax cuts away to the corporations and the super wealthy, and then they turn around and say they can't meet the budget.
Well,
Like, of course you can.
The people had tax cuts too when Trump was in office. If we're gonna look at, if we're gonna be honest about it, we had tax cuts, but somebody cut them as soon as they got in power. Anything that he did, they cut it because that was too much for the people. And then now, like we're in decline with like people who normally would work and would add to, the assistance that would people, because there's more people that need these dollars and trying to get these dollars. Now it's like, okay, now this is really hurting the country, for the finances that we have directly allocated to this landmass. But I think we really got to pay attention, and before because we can always raise the debt ceiling, but where does that really put us into the future? Like when we have children or grandchildren coming about, where it's going to put them? And I think we can't leave that out of the equation.
Yeah, but I hate that, because that's what they say after the fact, after they've cut what income they have coming in. Now let's talk about the budget. That's BS, and then it's a total political ploy. They just kind of play with it It's political theater.
Well,
Get us all caught up on that shit, and instead of freaking working on the shit that we need to work on to improve,
well,
the lives of Americans.
It's more real than what we're trying to make up, because you say political theater, but if it's just political theater, then don't worry about no damn shutdown. It's just act, right? So I mean, is it real or is it or is it fake?
No, it's real, but they creating something basically out of nothing.
But that's the point. Like, you getting mad at the people who is trying to defend us, but then the average person is getting mad at the Republicans because it's boiling down to decisions that they're making to shut down. But what about the ones who put in the budget that is put us in a situation where we even have to go back and forth about who's right, who's wrong, or in that? Like, it's not even like it doesn't even put us in the right stratosphere, the spending, and then it's not putting us back on course. It's not fixing anything.
Well, the guys, America, in order for America to become America, it once was I don't want to say a separatist type of country, but it let everybody else handle their own business while it focused on itself. I think America needs to focus on itself again. I mean, the Ukraine, you can give them so many billions, but can they pay you back? What kind of product do they have that's going to come back to America that's going to be worth that type of money? Nothing.
Well, and that's the thing that's a part of the conversation, because all of the support that they had before, and then as we try to find, get the breakdown on how the what's actually happening with the spending in Ukraine. This is not to defend Ukraine. A lot of it is, for their, helping their citizens and their infrastructure and
right. And they
investments their investments in different sectors in their country where we're not getting here in our own. So
right.
that's where it's a problem.
And they're not even through fighting the war over there yet. You know what I mean? Now, a lot of those billions that they say is not actual cash dollars. It's machinery and things of that nature, and they just put the price value on it. But still, the Ukraine can never pay that money back, as far as sending a couple of boatloads of grain or what have you over here. They don't have a gross national product that could be shipped or traded with America to even repay that in any form of fashion, and it's a waste of money. I don't want to say it's a waste of money because of these people are at war, but these people
it was a senseless war.
Time before.
I will say it's a waste of money. I would say that.
It is a waste of money, but it was a senseless war. I think if anybody else was
get them in debt. They will be in debt for God knows how long after that.
Yeah, well, I do believe that it is definitely that they want them indebted to the U.S., but what will it actually do for us? Because I believe that this is a haven that's actually being set up for the elites to have at some point, to be able to control and use however they want, be positioned in that region for whatever.
Yeah, if it's about the military advantage of quick strike attacks, man, we got missiles that can reach from here, from Baton Rouge to Moscow in 15 minutes. You know what I mean? So we don't need to have a country right next to Russia. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't give us any more military advantage than anything.
Well, not the people, but are people who see the benefit. And like I was trying to say before, was that I don't think, if there was any other president, even Obama, as much as people think that he's close with Biden, I don't think Obama, we would have been in war with Ukraine. it's just it
I
just
think
doesn't
so. And
add
I
up.
think we
Just
would
like,
have been even with Trump.
huh?
Well, you know, Putin and
The
Trump was,
military industrial complex. I think we,
you know, Putin and Trump are
I don't know if they
friends.
were buddies, but
No, I don't think they're friends, but I think
But
that
they,
I don't know
they
about that. But
done business.
they were
the
cordial.
power
I
of the
think. Go ahead.
Trump was doing the right thing as far as, you know, diplomacy. That's what you're supposed to do. You know, that's what you're supposed to do. So I'll give Trump, I'll back him up on that. But as far as the power of the military industrial complex can't be, you know, we can't make it seem like it's not
Underestimated.
a thing. You can't underestimate it because no matter what, we always vote for, you know, expanding the budget. Doesn't even matter who's president or who has the majority in Congress. You know, the military industrial complex always gets their money. And, you know, we went from war to war to war, one after another, even after the administration flopped from one side to another. So that's one thing that it seems like the conservatives and the liberals agree on is war, endless war.
Oh yeah. And we had two wars going at one time. We had what's that, Afghanistan and Iraq going at the same time. And here's another war. You know, let's jump in there.
That's just their shoot. They had things going on in Africa as well.
Yeah, and
That was,
everywhere. They had Americans lives spread out, losing lives everywhere, all over the world. You know,
there's war in South America.
So even when Obama got in there, he was thinking that he was gonna rev the war machine down, and he cranked it up.
No, he didn't think that he made us believe that he wasn't gonna do any of that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what it was. That's what they said was gonna happen, but that's not what happened. And he campaigned on that shit. But it is what it is. Let me play this.
I understood what happened there. You know, once you're involved in a war, you can't just put up like they did in Vietnam. You know what I mean? They just pulled out. Yo.
That's the excuse that they use. That's just not reality, though. That's it. That's BS.
Yeah, we got a video. Well, yeah.
I want to play this. I want to play this so we can clear up the shutdown stuff. Let me play this.
Every year, the United States Congress has until September 30th, the end of the fiscal calendar, to fund the government through a set of 12 appropriations bills that must be passed by the House and Senate and signed by the President. If this doesn't happen, then the government shuts down.
We all knew together that a government shutdown will be devastating for this country.
Government shutdowns are bad news.
Here's what to know about a government shutdown. All non-essential federal functions would be suspended, leading to millions of federal employees not receiving pay. Some federal contractors would have to use vacation time, and once that runs out, well, they're out of luck. Social Security checks would still go out, and there's no interruption to Medicare. A shutdown would severely impact the food industry too. Federal loans for farmers would be delayed, food inspections by FDA would be limited, and people who monitor water facilities would be furloughed. The mail would still be delivered on time. Travel headaches? Check. The Biden administration says that a shutdown would mean more than 13,000 air traffic controllers and 50,000 transportation security officers wouldn't be paid. Many of the roughly 2 million military personnel and just as many civilian workers would work without getting paid too. Millions of Americans who depend on WIC for support could see a, quote, denial of those benefits and opportunities in the event of a shutdown, according to Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack.
But the vast majority of WIC participants would see an immediate reduction and elimination of those benefits, which means the nutrition assistance that's provided would not be available.
For those who rely on SNAP, also known as the food stamp program, Vilsack said the program
will continue, at least for a month of October. Now, if the shutdown were to extend longer than that, there would be some serious consequences to SNAP.
But the president and members of Congress still get paid.
Jesus, they still get paid.
Yeah, so that's scary, right? I mean, they say the Social Security checks will still come, but you can't rely on your SNAP benefits or your food stamp benefits. It's going to be people going to be hungry, you know? That's what I say. Them playing with this You know, they know people with money, this ain't gonna affect them, you know. But the people that's living on the edge, check to check, just getting by, this gonna affect them. You know, so who are they trying to hurt? Like, what are they trying to accomplish?
Well, I think that the one of the biggest problems that's going on is that the ideology for America is between the two major parties are so far away from each other, and that they're pulling, one pulling one direction and the other pulling completely in another, keeps that ongoing war between the two, where if there was I mean, at least the overall ideology, because I think that the more the Democrats, they're fighting for more control to be able to, for these programs to exist, where the people are depending on them. And I think that's one reason why, like, I mean, any able body, to whatever extent, should not want to be held to these types of to the whims of these people, because if you can do something and you just like, oh, you're just trying to get over, what, and I say get over, but like, that you could do other things, but you're depending on this, like, this is what you're setting yourself up for, to be dealing with a system that's shut down. For anybody who needs it, has to have it, this, that, and the other, that's a totally different conversation. But at these people, they're gonna continue the war with each other, and you're gonna be pretty much at their whims when it comes down to, like, when it comes to September 30. But we know, when does it go in March? When does that budget go in usually? What time of the year?
It's way earlier. It's a good 3 months ago.
Yeah, I thought it was July the
beginning of summer, I think it is.
Yeah, I think it's July. I thought the fiscal year was July the 4th, not 4th.
No, because the fiscal year is it ends at September 30th, begins October, but the budget goes in, I think, maybe November, December, or something like that. And when it goes in for the year, we're looking at before the end of the year, September again, where we're about to, where they don't have the funds, or this conversation comes about because it's, like I said, I mean, we're either raising the debt ceiling or whatever. But we really look at where we spent majority of the money that was not invested in the American people or the American dream, or whatever things that's going to actually benefit the country. Like, we have that one great example, but many different examples where this money is not getting spent properly, where the American people really agree what it should be spent on.
Let me play this.
Go ahead.
Let me play this clip. It says what the GOP wants to slash to keep the government open.
There is still no deal to fund the government. The Senate just introduced a bipartisan bill to keep things open till mid-November. But Speaker Kevin McCarthy is under a lot of pressure from some of the most radical conservatives in the Congress. Now Republicans are working on a long-term funding bill and a continuing resolution. Those proposals include some really deep cuts that I want you to know. Potentially slashing housing subsidies for the poor by 33%. 1 million low-income mothers and kids will be kicked off food support, and 70% cut to heating assistance for struggling families, and an 80% reduction in funding for public schools that are serving the poorest students. So anybody out there who wants to tell you, oh my gosh, if the government shuts down, this is about a zoo and a museum getting closed for a little while. No, it is not. It is about children, food, and shelter. There is.
So, I mean, that's a little short clip, but I mean, and that doesn't give the whole story. But again, this is what they're fighting for. this is what they want to get cut, and that's the reason why they haven't come to a deal. Because on the other side of the aisle, they're like, we can't allow these cuts to go in. People need this stuff.
So is that the only is that the now that's from one perspective. What is it that's in this bill that the
Democrats want?
The liberals or whatever we're gonna call, what is it that's in there that's like so bad that the conservatives are saying, oh hell no, we can't do that no more?
Well, yeah, well, the liberals don't want the food stuff cut. I imagine.
Well, I'm saying that's part of the argument, but I'm saying there's other things that's usually in there, and like I said, I've been kind of not, I hadn't really been full-fledged in this and done all my homework, but is it just the GOP? Because all right, last week they were talking that most Americans don't agree with the war. They're still trying to fund the war even with all these other things. So would there be any concession if the liberals would give up some of the funding that they've been asking for this war, and and we're saying the war, but it's funding Ukraine as an entity of almost like our own. So like this is like the aid and things that that Americans are looking for, Ukrainians are getting.
Yes.
So that's like where it seems to be somewhat insane for us to fund another country's ability to do those things for their citizens, but we're not doing the same for our own people.
Well, if that's the case, then why do they, why is it they're focusing on cutting these social programs then?
Well, I mean, I really don't know. I mean, I'm not an accountant to say, okay, where there's too much spending or where it's not, but, I think it would be safe to assume, that, I mean, we're talking about not just the GOP, we're talking about both parties that's trying to pull in different directions. That, all right, they've made deals like this before where they can come to the middle on something, or at least, somebody's gonna have to give and they both give and take. Not really sure what it is that they're willing to give in on so that the people can continue, or the employees or whatever. But I think this is where, like, maybe government is too big. Maybe there's some things that they're spending on somewhere else that's not necessarily as much of a need as they've made it to be. And like we talked about months ago when we were talking about some of the things being cut in VA, where people are like, oh no, they're cutting VA benefits and this, that, and the other. And like, I know many vets, and I don't know any of them that really had cuts that was so dramatic that they were not able to live on. It was things that like maybe transportation. You're not gonna have the person to come pick you up just because you don't have somebody that's going, your family friend that's come and get you. You might have to go catch the bus or whatever. Like there's different little things that I'm just throwing on a potential problem there. Like I don't know the all the details, but I think that some of these things that are being cut, like, was it something that we should have been trying to push for in the beginning? Because like we can't really afford it, and we're like steadily going in debt for things that, like, you know, what would be considered a luxury item in other countries. And you know, yeah, we're America, but at the same time, we shouldn't prove to be stupid. You know.
Trump always was, make America great again and put America first. And I'm gonna tell you, if I were, I don't like any of these candidates. I don't know if y'all ever remember that movie Brewster's Millions, where Richard Pryor said, "Vote none of the above." You know what I mean? All of these candidates, subject, slip rock or whatnot.
Well, they're politicians, and I mean, like even Trump not being a career politician, once he became one, he starts playing the game. So I mean, regardless of what we're talking, I mean, all these people get in there, and you know, okay, I think you have to play the game to some extent, but I think when you're not being true to the citizens, it's going to show. And I think they've all given examples that
But
we're not really the priority. You know what I'm saying?
Trump did approach it with a businessman aspect. You know what I mean? When he put the tariffs down for China, you know what I mean? So, and that's what angered China. Before that,
And it was working. It was working until I don't know, some other thing, because overnight, like after Trump was out of office, I think the first night that Biden was in office, he signed so many executive orders to get rid of things that Trump put in place, to where it just screwed up everything, and then we really, like, we suffered. And like, if I guess if he stays in there long enough, maybe we'll see a change, but I'm not willing to bet on it. I'm not even sure if he's willing to bet on it at this point.
I wouldn't vote for Biden again. I mean, look at him. He falls asleep at the podium. You know what I mean? He's too old for the job. He needs to be in a folks home, consultant or something. You know what I mean? But he's not supposed to be president anymore.
But I truly do believe that there has to be a business approach to all of this. I mean, we have to have the right type of accounting. We can't be making decisions based on emotion. And as much as we love our fellow citizens and the needs that they have, let's look at a true need for need basis. And because, like I said, I mean, we're in debt, and we're steadily increasing it with no end in sight, no clear plan that's going to turn this thing around. And if there is, like, nobody is agreeing on it. So, like, every 4 years, 8 years, we get some progress, but then we're turning around and going a totally different direction because somebody else's ideology on how to run the household's funds has totally changed.
Right. Well, I mean, when Trump was in office, the gas prices were cheap. As soon as Biden came through, and he came through with the moratorium on drilling, and we couldn't use America's oil. Now we got to go back to using the Saudis' oil.
Which is a problem.
Yeah, a very big problem. And I understand the greenhouse effects and all that good stuff, but that's not gonna get fixed in 1 year. You know what I mean? That's not gonna get fixed in 4 years. They should that back when Kennedy was in office. You know what I mean? In order for the ozone layers and all that good stuff to get finished. You know what I mean? That won't get back right. If we start now, it won't get back right until our great grandkids are in elementary school.
Let me say this, because I don't think people really realize, like, all of the censorship that's been going on, with our recent with the pandemic. I'm gonna just say that, but there's been a censorship when it comes to science, period. Because there's people been talking about, we're talking about the ozone layer, the carbon emissions, the effects and things, and there's a whole thing that's been quieted because if the American people get to hear the other side of it, be able to calculate it in their minds, to be able to kind of see it from a different angle, a lot of what they're saying about climate change would just be ended, because the arguments show that something totally different than what we're hearing in the news day for day. And I really wish, encourage people to really kind of go look at some of those things yourself, because no matter what I say, I'm no expert, I'm no specialist or on that, but I have heard these different arguments, and it really makes me feel like we're getting used the same way that we get used in most positions politically. And it kind of spins back into some of these people who's been in office for so long, that they're because they can utilize a narrative that will push forward for an agenda that they have, it doesn't involve us. So where it does involve us, it's not to our benefit.
Yeah.
I want to move on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to move on. We spent too much time on that, and I want to get through some stuff here right quick.
Okay.
In the other show, I was talking about a crime wave, and I was saying that it's like a propaganda, machine going on with the media, telling you that there's a crime wave because they cover crime so much in the news that you just automatically think that it's true. But I'm like, when you go outside of your home, do you really see so much crime? So Fox did a show where they went out to the street and they was asking people about the crime. And this is the clips. Let me play this.
Drug use, and then they criminalize it again.
Oh my God, who are you getting these facts from? You're from New York. Apparently you're listening to the wrong people.
I saw a lot of people shooting up on my way down here.
Oh, did you? Okay. And they were bothering you?
I was in a car, but people.
Oh no, you're in a car. Oh no, they were hurting you so bad. Oh no.
Jesse sent Johnny to the progressive hellscape where residents mocked the idea that the city is spiraling out of control.
I've never seen any crime in Seattle. I've never seen any of it. I've seen fun and laughter and fun.
I don't believe that number.
People, they're, getting robbed out here, carjacked.
I've never heard of anyone getting robbed.
Crime is a social issue that could be solved by giving people their basic needs.
It's not a thing that happens just on the street. People don't just come up and try to rob people on the street. Do you walk around every day like someone's going to rob me every second?
Seattle decriminalized drug use, and then they criminalize it again.
Oh my God, who are you getting these facts from? You're from New York. Apparently you're listening to the wrong people.
I saw a lot of people shooting up on my way down here.
Oh, did you? Okay. And they were bothering you?
I was in a car, but people.
Oh no, you're in a car. Oh no, they were hurting you so bad. Oh no.
Jesse sent Johnny to the progressive.
So it says Fox News tried to do one of their fear-mongering crime wave pieces, and it didn't go well.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm thankful that I don't, I haven't really seen with my own eyes some of these things that's happening that I see in the news. But I'm not willing to just follow that narrative one way or the other, because I know that, shit. I'm gonna tell my lies. Somebody else is gonna tell their lies, and that's gonna continue. Period. But I live in Louisiana. I live in Baton Rouge, and there is the crimes that's happening here is mostly probably murder, and there's some robbing and stealing and other shit going on, but I'm not about to, just because somebody's saying, because it sounds like a liberal thing to try to say, well, they say it's crime, but do you see it? Well, I'm thankful to God that I don't have to live in that, immediate.
I'm on the front line. I'm living on the line now. And because of my disability, I am now, I don't want to say public housing. I'm not in public housing, but I am in a per income based type of environment. And I'm gonna tell you, the police come in here every day. The police come in here, I don't want to say every day, they come in here 2 to 3 times a day. And the ambulance comes in here 2 or 3 times. Now, I hate to say that it's black on black crime because we never say white on white crime, but I hate to say that everyone around in this particular area, I can pretty much say that they were high school dropouts. I think that a lot of these crimes, what we're teaching kids, because a lot of these crimes are being committed by juveniles, and under the age of 21, I'm gonna say juvenile-minded individuals, that's still caught up in, I gotta do this to be a successful rapper, we don't have any of the positive rappers out there like X-Clan and BDP, you know what I mean? That's spitting a positive message. We don't have that anymore. You know what I mean? All we got is rump shaker, pussy popping, type of music these days, and it's got our kids
trying to fit into it.
Yeah, and they're misguided, and education one thing that's gonna be able to stop this crime.
I would like to add that I mean I do believe that to some extent some of these things that they put on the news is hyper, because I mean they take I say hyper, but when we look at the news, they can only fit in so much, and it is kind of pushed that is certain things are happening more than what maybe they actually are, but to also try to fit in there, like these people trying to say that, oh, because you didn't see it, you can't really say it's really happening. I mean, I think that's some bullshit too.
Well, I showed a chart that showed the statistics from the 90s, and the chart shows that there was a constant decline in crime from the 90s. Like it's provable.
Well, let me ask this, because I know in New Orleans, if we talk about, especially like for New Orleans, that was one of the, the crime,
murder capital,
the murder capital of the world at one period in time.
Between
it has decreased to some extent, but just because you went from 430 murders per year to 380 does not mean that it's not a problem. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
that's still way too high.
Yeah, well, that's not what we're talking about, it not being a problem. We know that we have a problem. And then when we talk about the problem, then we need to be talking about solutions. And then we talk about how much people are struggling, how much of the crimes are petty crimes related to people struggling, if you had stronger social net programs, to keep people from falling all the way down, how much impact do you think that would have overall on the crime?
I'm going to use me for an example. I grew up the child of 2 correction officers. Both my mom and my dad were both correction officers. And instead of following the path, that they had, I chose to play on the other side of the track. Why did I choose to play on the other side of the tracks? Because I thought this is what accepted in my from my peers. This was what made me cool. This is what the girls like, and this is why I do these things, and that is why a lot of the youth do the things that they do, because they're trying to be accepted by their peers, and they want the the female attraction. You know what I mean? It's
The allure.
but it's true, and you know that's
The crime is happening. I mean, we and you know we're saying petty, you know, petty crimes, but you know people are losing it. One of the things that I mean, I think that one of the reasons why we having that increase because I mean there's a lot of people that's not going to jail for these crimes because they won't send the police. So we have to look at why we're seeing it at a decline is because the rule of law is not really being pressed the way it has been before. So I'm not really, you know, like for you know, I don't want to just see a bunch of people going to jail, but at the same time, when there's crimes happening, and you know, if I'm getting robbed, hell yeah, I want something to happen. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't, you know, don't want them to just be like, well, you know,
I'm not saying the crime isn't happening. It's the media chooses to cover stories to follow a narrative, to give you a narrative. You know what I mean? And
all the time.
And that's what it is. I mean, we can't think that, you know, they could choose to cover other stories. They choose to cover certain stories for a certain reason, you know?
We know that.
And we constantly keep seeing these things about the crimes, the you know, people looting stores and stuff like that. And I'm not saying that this isn't happening, but it
Okay.
takes the spotlight off of the other things that's going on. You know what I mean? Like bigger, huger crimes, like they don't
Biden.
they don't exactly. I mean, they don't cover as much related to corporate crime, freaking wage theft. You know what I mean?
Well, we know, like, see, and that's the thing. I mean, because I mean, you're pointing to something that I think we've pointed at many times is, you know, if it's on TV, like we really should question, you know, the validity of some of these things because, okay, they're saying this and they're showing this to us for a reason, and those reasons usually is to fearmonger or to, you know, maybe distract you from something else that's going on that they'd rather you be looking over here while they shuffling and doing other things somewhere else. So I mean that's something that we always have to keep our mind on, but to fully, you know, act as if just because we didn't see it, you know, if we're going to play those games because we wasn't there and we didn't witness it, how can we really say that it happened? Well, I mean, there were some people who there's eyewitnesses that's telling you that nah, the shit's going on, and you know the bulk of the stuff that's, you know, that's going on, the news is not there for it because if that's the case, we probably wouldn't have most of our newscasters because they would be in the middle of the bullshit all day, like they probably be dead. So
Well,
I mean,
they tell you that your eyes is lying to you. You know, is what I'm saying. And I want to go into this about the double speak and all of that. That's what I want to go into before we get out here. It's the main meat I wanted to cover today. But it's like the media is telling you your lying eyes. You know what I mean? Because you know how much crime we deal with on a daily basis in our lives. You know what I mean? Versus what we see on TV. You let the TV tell you, then it's just like freaking like the cities are freaking ran by, you know, gang lords or something.
they are. Our politicians are the gang lords now.
Let me read some comments right here. It says conservatives are such snowflakes. They get scared just seeing a homeless person from their car. They don't want to exist with anyone that isn't like them. Conservatism is such a sad existence. You could almost pity them if they weren't so vile.
Listen, we had this conversation last. I mean, this is the bullshit right here because I mean, really, it's the okay. It's really both sides that does this very same thing, and they speak it when it's beneficial to their argument. So it's just, but it, you know, I'm a conservative. I'm a conservative liberal, conservative Democrat. So, however, like that's still kind of you know, offensive to me because they're not they're trying to push a narrative themselves. You know, that it's just one of, you know, one side that's doing all of this, when if you really look at it, find the source of, like, the media sources and what they really believe in, to for you to really get the truth. The news doesn't have a true, you know, I guess to some extent they might have a party affiliation, but this is supposed to be news. And I think it's mostly liberal stuff, to, you know, in my own opinion. But what sense does it make for me to try to pinpoint it that way? This is news, this is what they're saying is happening. And um you know, shoot, I think the conservatives are more willing to fight than the liberal. Most of the liberals I know are, you know, shit, they ain't packing no gun and ready to handle no business when it come down to it. They ain't even prepared. So
Let me
okay.
read. Let me read some more. It says, helpful facts against the narrative they push. San Francisco has the same population as Jacksonville, Florida. Jacksonville, with a Republican mayor and a Republican governor, has had more than 3 times as many murders this year as San Francisco. Fort Worth, Texas, has the same population as San Francisco and has 1.5 times as many murders. Again, a Republican mayor and a Republican governor. Nobody ever writes about those places. If data disinfects, here's a bucket of bleach. Texans are 17% more likely to be murdered than Californians. Texans are also 34% more likely to be sexually assaulted and 25% more likely to kill themselves than Californians. Californians on average live 2 years, 4 months, and 24 days longer than Texans. It says, compared with families in California, those in Texas earn 13% less and pay 3.8% points more in taxes. Texas makes up for no wealth income tax, with higher taxes and fees on the poor, and more than double property tax for the middle class. Income bracket, Texas tax rate, California tax rate. So let me read a little more. It says, sadly, the uncritical aping of the erroneous economic narrative reflects not only reporters' gullibility, but also their utility for conservative ideologues, and corporate lobbyists who score political points and regulatory concessions by spreading a serious storyline about California's decline. Don't expect facts to change this. Reporters need a plot twist, and conservatives need California to lose. And they always be like Democratic states, Democratic,
It's
towns
not.
is where all the crime is, and Democratic shitholes. Go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, my problem with that is that you know, they're using stuff that's you know, I guess the the way that they're trying to calculate tax between California and Texas is that, at least, you know, Texas tells you what they're taxing you on, and California is more of an invisible tax. And so the inflation is so insane, and then you still have those same taxes. So you can't really calculate it, because a lot of the tax that they pay, they don't even know that it's paid, because it's added into the cost of things. But you
Yeah,
know,
what they're trying to do is compare apples to apples, oranges to oranges, and that's where
but
people
there's
get
no way to
confused
do
whenever
it.
they.
But there's no way to truly do that when the systems are so different, to where, like I said, I mean, you know, you I don't know when the last time you went to the great country of California, but it's way different than Texas. And then trying to compare the two, I mean, you know, we have a bunch of Californians that has moved to Texas. So to me, I think, you know, and then, when I'm not talking about just individuals, I'm talking about businesses. So if it's so horrible in Texas, why are all of these California companies moving to Texas?
But that's we're not saying it's so horrible in Texas. it's like the narrative of California is a shithole, and the narrative of like Democratic run cities are shitholes. And then when you actually do the comparisons and actually look at the numbers of the amount of crime, you know, in other cities that are Republican led, then you have this data that flies in the face of the narrative that they like to speak on.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, like I said, I mean, you're talking about San Francisco and then you're talking about Dallas. I mean, you're picking two, you know, like I mean, you're
Apples
naming
and
like
oranges.
yeah. Those are two totally different. And then yeah, the crime is gonna be is you know can be great in a Republican state or city, but when when we're really trying to have a real conversation, and you're leaving out the major problems, you know, we're talking about um shoot, Baton Rouge, Louisiana is one that pops up in my mind because it's so close to home. And like I said, when there were Republican led, when it was Republican led, we had those same, you know, same type of issues, or even because I mean, we've had Democratic governors and mayors and stuff that did great too, but they followed a certain type of system, and like that's and those things happen. So, you know, it could be either side that can be beneficial to the people. It's just that like there's certain core things that has to happen in order for it to fall where, you know, we can keep crime low and employment high, and it kind of turns things around for the people where, you know, shoot, they're working too much and making too much money for them to worry about trying to rob somebody. You know what I'm
Well, yeah,
saying?
exactly. I mean, and so, but what I'm saying is, you know, depending on who's speaking, they're gonna say, you know, it's democratically. If the Democrats are in charge, then the city automatically turns into a shithole that's overrun with crime. And then they don't really have any evidence that back that up. And then they like, okay, well, just look at Chicago or whatever. Or they'll say, look at New York or whatever. And then
Yeah.
that'll be their evidence or whatever. But if you start looking at the numbers, you know, you look at a city in Arkansas, or you look at a city in Mississippi, and then
Okay.
the numbers are, you know, blowing out the numbers in the Democratic city, but they don't, you know, they're not being fair, they're not being honest, they're not being truthful. They just want to follow this particular narrative and sell it to people, and people buying it.
Well, let
And
me
it's
ask
not
this.
true.
Well, I mean, and
Just like
you
the
know,
crime waves on the news.
I would say that I mean because yeah, that's another that's you know another conversation to add to, you know, narratives that are not, you know, completely true. But I think that we also have to remember that some of these places, you know, there's a term called a rhino. Like these people are, you know, have a label of Republican, but they live by because I think that, you know, the Democratic side is way more strategic when it comes to these types of you know positioning themselves and being able to utilize a narrative that can be spun amongst the people so that, you know, you believe one thing because you saw this and you saw that. Well, they was there, like I mean they got people walking around in masks. Shoot, we saw this thing in Oregon, you know, like they give these different, like it's always something. And I think that, you know, because of how crazy these things get, these narratives and this, that, and the other, they don't realize that the people that's telling you who the bad guy is the one who's pushed the narrative for that to even happen in some of these places. So let's just say you're in a Republican state, but you got a bunch of Democrats here, you know, in these different areas that's committing crimes, and or maybe it wasn't truly a crime. Maybe it's just a distraction that's happening in these places to make it look worse. Or you get to a Democratic city and the crime is not being reported the same way because, you know, they got to find a way to not look so bad to the world. So like you got to look at these different things that could happen, and it can. I believe that it can equally be just as bad in either city or state.
Well, that's what I was about to
But
say. I mean, they do this on both sides because, like, I think about Christian Cinema and Joe Manchin, and they are
Yeah.
Democrats, but I wouldn't. I mean, they're more Republican than they are Democrat, but they have a D on next to their name. You know what I'm saying? And they're always tripping up whatever the Democrats are trying to do. They're the ones that end up being the votes against whatever the Democrats are
you talking
trying to
about
do.
Mike McConnell
Mitch McConnell is a Republican.
that
No,
that votes more like a Democrat.
Mitch McConnell, no way does he vote like a Democrat. No way. does he
Yes,
do that.
see, but you're biased. You know, you lean more to the Democrat and protect them more, so you don't really see it because you think that when he makes a decision, it's he's acting out of just okay who he is. But when you're more of a conservative, you like okay, so what the hell was that?
Things that he voted on or whatever that you could think of? There's an example of Mitch McConnell behaving like a Democrat?
I mean, anything dealing with Trump, but there's a lot of stuff. I mean, there's many things. Like he's one of the main people that they call a rhino.
Mitch McConnell?
Yeah.
I don't know where the evidence is to support that.
Well, it's there. I mean, I can't pull it out of my ass right this minute, but I guarantee you, if I had a little time, and maybe in the next show, maybe that's something I can try to come up with some evidence to show you that, like he votes with the Democrats more. I mean, not more, but in a lot of cases where, they're looking for support from him on the Republican side.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just, you know what I'm saying? Like he's, like I said, he's considered one of the rhinos.
So this one, 19, wait a minute. Let's do this one first. This is the one I really want to do. And let's talk about this a little bit as we go. And then I want to do the Idiocracy one. And those are the two main meats that I want to do for the show today. So
I didn't get to see
1984.
that one.
Which one?
Idiocracy. I went to it and I was gonna go back to it, but I never got a chance to go back to it.
Yeah, it's a shorter video. So, but this is the stuff I was talking about. Double speak. I said Idiocracy, but I was really thinking about 1984. So, and that really what I should have named the show. But anyways, well, let's move on. I'm gonna play some of this, and I'm gonna stop it as we go, and we're gonna talk about it. Okay?
Let's do it.
Because I mean, a lot of people are aware of 1984, but then a lot of people keep bringing it up, and it's like, saying that it's like what's happening now, the group predicted the future or whatever. But then at the end of the day, it was a work of fiction, But what it reflects and what they're saying here is really, really, really profound.
Where you are constantly watched, a world where everything is controlled by the elite, where you're bombarded with non-stop propaganda, a world where everyone is repressed, lonely, and isolated, existing as one insignificant cog in an incomprehensible machine. This is the chilling vision of the future that George Orwell put forward in his masterpiece 1984. And does it sound familiar? It's no coincidence that his predictions have come true nearly every single way in our modern society today. So let's take a deep dive into the story of 1984 to learn how you're being controlled and if you can ever break free. Now, the movie begins with a quote from the iconic book that it was adapted from. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. And this sets the stage. And then without delay, we are then shown the iconic shot of a crowd of people staring at propaganda presented by the party. The party is the shadowy government which controls every aspect of life through their ideology INSOC. The basic principle is to control information so tightly that every aspect of life is dictated and controlled by the party. Absolute.
So control information so tightly, that everything, that your points of view is all, you know, and they talk about words being taken out of the language, like words that you can't even use, you know. So it's like the idea of like having a revolution or whatever. It's like even trying to think of what you would do or go about doing a revolution, like you can't even formulate the thoughts because you don't even have the words to do it.
Obedience is expected, down to rejecting basic facts about life and even your own thoughts and memories.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I was saying earlier with the news media talking about crime and how, you know, the propaganda hits you. It's to the point where you disregard your own like logic, like, you know, it gets you to the point where, like I say, your eyes are lying to you.
On the screen, a video player is creating an idyllic image of the country that the West has become, all under this totalitarian rule, Oceania. This is one of the 3 superstates which make up the world of 1984, with control over the Americas, Britain, Australia, and some parts of Africa. And this is when we're introduced to the concept of Big Brother, and a man named Weinstein, who attempts to persuade the people of Oceania that they are being duped. But despite the truth in what he's saying, he's drowned out by shouts from the audience. Ingsoc has conditioned them to reject the truth entirely, to the point they don't even want to hear it.
Okay, so the people are conditioned to the point where they reject truth entirely. They don't want to hear truth because they're so
No, that's not
conditioned.
that. But you know that
What do
shit
you
ain't
think?
happening. You know that's insane. You know, there's no way that that's happening. Like everybody is caught up on the truth and following the truth. It's the few little people that's crazy and telling you things that, you know, in some crazy off land is really, really, nah. Well, shit. I mean, bro. I had to take that moment to do that, but I mean, bro, it hurts my heart how controlled people are, and you know, no matter the harsh truth. I mean, they tell when people have the discussion, like they never have a clear example of what the people, especially when we're talking about politics, of the people that they like. I'm like, okay, so what is it that you like about them? What policies have they written that benefits you and us and this and that and the third? And well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know about the policies. Well, that's what really matters. I mean, you like this person because of their personality and their ability to lie to you, but they don't have to do anything because you've already given them all the power that they need because they can get in office. They don't have to do shit for you. You like them and you're going to continue voting for them. So I mean, they don't have to do anything different. So yeah, no, I think that that statement that was made is
on point.
On point. Like
Throughout the demonstration, you can see the Inzok salutes, something that was borrowed from historical totalitarian regimes. And after this propaganda video reaches its climax, the crowd is pacified by the symbol of Inzok alongside the face of Big Brother. It's afterwards that we're introduced to our main character, Winston Smith, who is working in an office cubicle for the Ministry of Truth. His job is to edit past broadcasts to reflect the current reality that they're pushing. So if the sugar ration has been reduced from last year, he will then edit last year's paper to imply that it actually went up instead. And then once he's finished with his day's work, Winston makes his way back home.
He said, like, that's his job. And he said, if the sugar rations went down, then he edits it to say that it actually went up. And it's like how they play with numbers. It's kind of what we were talking about with the stats earlier. They play with the statistics in a way to give you an opposite view of what is actually happening.
It's giving you an illusion. But I mean, for people who just live in a regular common sense, mindset, it's like, well, I'm gonna just say, maybe just the people in my sector. Let's just say, like, we're dealing with employment. Employment is at a record low, and blah blah blah. What record are you saying that it's lower than all time, or
right? And that's
you know,
what people have to think, because they don't take the time, they don't take a moment. They just, want whatever they give you a stat, or they give you a fact, quote unquote. And then, you just take it in as what it is, and you don't really think about what they're actually saying. Like,
That's the control of the masses. You know what I mean? That's the control of the masses. They put that propaganda out there to control the masses. You know what I mean? That's just, don't drink the tap water.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Don't drink the tap water
Propaganda
either.
is already being played in his house. This time it's a man being shamed for falling under Goldstein's influence. The man has been charged for attempting to persuade the public that they're not at a war with Eurasia. This information control and erasure is central to Big Brother's control of the people, as over
That's
time,
right.
the party has rewritten reality to suit their needs. Now, Winston is a key part of this process, but obviously this brings up contradictions, and that's where the concept of doublethink comes in. The idea of wholeheartedly believing in two separate contradictory facts.
Wholeheartedly believing in two contradictory facts. Like, this one right here really blows my mind, and I see it in action all the time. And like, when people are making their arguments, they make an argument to support a certain thing, and then their whole argument
undermines the
their
whole
own
conversation.
argument. Yeah. So it's weird how they can make you believe two contradictory facts to be true at the same time, and your brain doesn't make the connection that you are canceling your own argument out or whatever. Like, because you forget, like, the moment passes when you were defending a certain thing, and then you move on and you forgot what you were just defending just a minute ago, and now you're like bashing that same thing. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
No, it makes total sense. But at the same time, but can war bring peace? Yeah, it definitely can, because once you get rid of all your enemies, you ain't got shit to worry about. But or if they really are your enemy, because one of the problems I think we have here is that we go to war with people mainly just for we create enemies because we want to steal something or do take control over resources because somebody else doesn't know how to handle their own resources. But and freedom is slavery. Well, I mean, I think that that's a really far-fetched idea for me, because me working toward in an agenda for my that's going to benefit me and my family or whatever is not the same thing, because slavery is more so you working towards somebody else's growth and benefit.
Yeah, but see, the only freedom we really have is the choice of what job we're gonna have in our lives.
Yeah, so
you know
that's
what I mean?
like choosing your plantation or choosing your
Exactly.
slave master.
That's the only freedom you got.
I get to choose my slave master, so I'm free.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, I mean that's
we got to make money somehow.
For a lot of people that is true, but not for everyone. But like I said, I mean,
Until you become independent and start working for yourself, open your own business or whatnot.
Well, because one of the arguments that I try to express to people, because I mean, if you want to consider it slavery, but if you're a business owner, let's say you own a grocery store,
okay,
every one of your customers you work for, so
True.
You can look at that as, okay, you work for all of these people, whatever, or you're just in business, you're trying to accommodate a certain level, to a certain level, so that people want to come to you. So I mean, I think that it's just kind of turns around on how you're trying to come at that conversation, because is he technically a slave, or he's he's
You're a slave to the system. You're a slave to the system of monetary gain. You know what I mean? You always have that option when you're your own business owner. Okay, I've made enough. I'm out of here. You know what I mean? You can go get your own little island and drink Mai Tais every day.
But for the average person, that's never an option.
Right.
So I
Because
mean,
you gotta
you know,
get up and go. You gotta get up to go to work. You know what I mean? You have to get up and go to work, else make some kind of income in order to live. You know.
exactly.
And,
So
and even if you don't, they're gonna say you're lazy if you're not like, you're not inputting into the system. You're not being a
Productive member of society.
right.
well,
That's
that's one of the biggest upsets right now is like since the beginning of the global reset, a lot of people took the advantage of those stimulus packages and created their own, and now they're able to benefit because I mean it's really been a big change in
Thought processes. There have been more businesses.
people that was they depended on to be at these locations and work these jobs have utilized the system and they utilize the system to benefit them
That's
to
why
where
we got this
they don't have
squeeze going on right now because they saw what happened. People did gain more freedom as a result of
True.
COVID, and also changed the way people look at work and work-life balance and so forth and so on. So they're like, hold on, we gotta get this under control. Let me play some more of this.
One of the examples they give in the novel is the simultaneous belief that the party is a bastion of democracy, and also that democracy is impossible.
So it says the party is a bastion of democracy, and democracy is impossible. So that's one of those double think deals where it's like canceling itself out, but you believe both of these things at the same time. And that's, we can find examples of that all over the place, with how like our military goes overseas and spread democracy by like,
but at the expense
blowing up a city, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
By
also
destroying the democracy that they have there, the way that they do things.
Yeah.
Let me play some more. It's through this concept that the party rewrites reality, placing it with an illusion of creation. And this is the all-encompassing lie that maintains 1984 society. It's only through everyone believing it that it becomes real. But this concept of a world founded on
boom, everyone believing it is what makes it real. So like, does the truth matter if everyone is telling a lie, like, and everyone believes the lie, together, and they all believe the same lie? So then how much power does the truth really have? Like, does it even matter? Does the truth even matter if everyone just believes the lie? You get what I'm saying? And what people believe is real. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
I mean, total. I mean, in the back of my mind, I got all these things going through, that I can't speak right now because if I do, it's just gonna blow up the spot. But, however, yeah, I mean, we saw great examples of it in our recent past, and even currently, we're still seeing a bunch of it, where we know that a lot of the things discussed just were not true and are not true.
And if you got authority figures telling you that it's true, you got it on the news, they're telling you it's true, and all your friends and neighbors are telling you that it's true, and you're like, wait a minute,
You're bound
man.
to
So
you're
I
bound
must
to
be
just
crazy.
Yeah, no, you because I mean you have to be a strong person to really be able to hold on to what what we know to have been facts for ever, and then to have new truths, it questions your ability. And then if you're not willing to take the have that process of sifting through these things and getting to the bottom of any of your questions, you're gonna just kind of concede and just be like, okay, well, this is what everybody's saying, so let me just be a part of the everybody else instead
Exactly. With the masses, it's the truth. It really comes from the perception of the one who has the most popular opinion. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The truth is swayable.
Well, Well, and that's the thing, because you know truth can be different. Like your truth and my truth don't have to be the same, but facts is something that that's even a
I mean,
I guess.
look how long that we thought that Christopher Columbus discovered America until we found that there were already blacks that were here. You know what I mean? How can you find something that was
people, period, regardless of what their color was, but they were melanated people, but
we bought that as the truth for so long until it was proven otherwise.
But the only thing about that is the other truth about that is that there was a doctrine of discovery that made him the discoverer under those circumstances because of Christianity for him to. So
they were the popular masses. Yeah, that was their truth that they sold to everyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me play some more.
Fiction isn't something that Orwell created all by himself. Instead, this is something that's very real and has been observed throughout history. Thousands of years ago, Plato wrote some of the first recorded philosophy on this concept through what he called the Noble Lie, where people know their place in society through their belief in an entirely fictional story about the society's origin. The details aren't important, so long as it gives justification for the social order. And this gives people a reason to accept how the world is, and that their equal man is somehow better or worse than him. And we see this today, when our own version of Big Brother says one thing and then means another. Like when the establishment media, politicians, and World Economic Forum claim to be working for freedom and free speech, also while doing everything they can to bully and censor all criticism into silence. And
So, like, we're fighting for free speech, but if you don't say the right thing, you're getting kicked off YouTube, or you're getting,
That's right.
We're gonna lock up Julian Assange.
The censorship and see, but that, you remember I think it was last week when I was saying, like, these people are actually saying that it was the former Prime Minister of Switzerland making the concept of made the comment that censorship is a way to free speech.
Yeah, that's a perfect example.
There are just countless examples of this, like when the fattest, most grotesque politicians of them all claim that they're promoting health. And this concept has evolved over time, so people realize that all institutions are built upon a necessary fiction, and this is known as the habitus. It's the value you need to see through for society to make sense. Now, the concept is similar to the lie, but the habitus goes much further. You see, throughout your life, used by your environment and your interactions with other people, and these combined with your personality create your view of the world, and it's in this way that you buy into the habitus, the shared societal illusion of how the world should be. You are socialized into the habitus. It's come down from above, and everyone else around you believes in it. The habitus is the social contract between you, your fellow man, and the government, and it's what determines your culture. It's what determines all the societal trends around you, and therefore also decides the rules of society. And this stretches to everything. Our ideas of beauty, what's seen as valuable, what's seen as even right and wrong. But because it's influenced by the environment and how people treat each other, the habitus is always changing to reflect this. And the world of 1984 operates on a habitus. The problem with the 1984 habitus is that it's been cracked at the top and severely deformed, and because it's been poisoned at the top, it's trickled down into all elements of society. And this is why 1984 is so scary. In fact, 1984 is far more unsettling than any dumb horror film because it's so realistic. We all instinctively know what the future could be like because we're so close to it today. Our society that we live in right now is just a few steps away from totalitarianism, and Orwell was trying to warn us of all of this. Because
Yes.
Down.
And that's what we say over and over on this show about totalitarianism, and I don't think people are hearing that shit.
No. Because see, the thing is that nobody really knows the signs of it, and then most people don't really get the wake up call until the fucking fire is
on top of them.
Well, yeah, all around them. Like, I mean, you're burning in the fire, like your hair is smoking, and that's when you're like, oh damn, this is it's like too much after the fact that people are really getting to see some of these things. and it's sad, bro, because I mean the signs are there, and I mean, I don't know, I've prayed for the signs. I want to be able to see it, and to also not just see them, but to accept them when they come, because that's what's going to be able to keep you from burning. You know what I'm saying? Like if
Man,
you,
I don't want to burn. Let's play a little more. It's gonna go into thought crime.
Because throughout the story, we're going to see exactly how the party has warped the habitus and society, and how it's affected everyone within the society. So getting straight back into the story, and we see Winston sitting alone in his decrepit apartment, and it's here, after lighting a cigarette, that Winston introduces us to the concept of thought crime. Now, thought crime is the act of going against the habitus of the world, even in your deepest thoughts. Just considering rebellion is already rebellion, because it's something outside of the party's reality.
Just considering rebellion is already rebellion.
Right.
The party enforces this through the Thought Police, a secret organization which uses informants, surveillance, and undercover agents to root out anyone who even thinks about rebelling. And as the propaganda continues playing in the background on the ever-present screen, Winston lifts a brick from his house and uncovers his journal. Something that's definitely banned in the world he lives in. And it's in this journal that Winston reminisces about a world where thought was free, a time where minds weren't controlled by Big Brother and the Thought Police. And by doing this, he's already become a thought criminal just through his own memories. And upon waking up the next day, Winston is then subjected to a mandatory exercise routine in front of his television, to which he is signaled out for not performing adequately. Winston then half-heartedly waves the insult hand signal and makes his way to work. And that's when he's treated to even more propaganda playing on the television during lunch hour. However, what instead catches the eye of Winston is a young woman staring at him. Winston then sits down and begins eating his meal, when one of his colleagues comments on the new shortened dictionary and how positive the destructions of word really is. Newspeak, as they call it, is a new language invented by the party that reduces English to its bare essentials, where controversial words are removed, meaning that if it works, then rebellion will be impossible, because it won't even be able to be considered. The words just won't exist for it.
So Newspeak, that's what is happening too. Like I said, it takes certain words out of the dictionary, and that's what they're doing left and right, rewriting the dictionary and making words mean something different than they were originally intended to mean. Like one example is the word woke. Now it's to the point where nobody even knows what that word means, and generally it should just mean awake, right? Aware, being able to see things, not sleep, but that's not what it means anymore. If you ask someone what does woke mean, you're going to get, a whole bunch of different answers.
Well, the thing about that is, because that's why this is a part of the double speak conversation, is because there's, regardless of what happens socially, where people start using words in place of something that would explain or describe what they're trying to say exactly, they'll use this thing that maybe, it's used one time in one way, and then somebody else starts using, it becomes a social exchange that becomes accepted, but it still means what it means. The etymology of the word still. So there's the one side where they're using it, where they're using it for one thing, the connotative meaning, and then the denotative is, of course, the actual meaning that you can look up in a dictionary and actually find, a sound explanation for that word. So that's like I said, I think that's the main reason why it's in this double speak, because it those two things can live in two totally different atmospheres, and they exist pretty much the same way, because the truth is the truth, and then there's
their truth.
Their truth, yeah.
Yeah.
Or fact. There's the fact of it, and then there's also people's truth, because
let's define the word, the fact of things. I mean, you could point on a subject and stick to the high points of a subject and make a fact when it was false in the beginning. You know what I mean? You can make a fact. You can make one. Yeah, and I'm gonna go back to this. Let's just go all the way back to the Alton Sterling crime that happened here in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I'm in Baton Rouge. I was out there the next day after the actual crime happened, and I was standing right next to the CNN van when they set up and started broadcasting and what have you. And the people, they were out there, they weren't chanting Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. They were saying, and pardon my French, fuck the police, fuck the police. And somebody jumped out the van with a sign saying, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. And that was the birth of Black Lives Matter at that very instant. You know what I mean? And that's where you go where Trump says fake news. They made that statement, and then they made that movement just by making that statement.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. So I get what you're saying. So the media wasn't covering them when they were saying F the police.
Right.
The media was playing them when they were saying Black Lives Matter. And
They
do that all the
started it,
time
yeah.
whenever there's protests or whatever.
Yes.
They don't cover like what the people are actually doing and what they're actually protesting on. And then you have people that come and they're paid actors or whatever
Actors.
the hell. And
Yes.
they come in and then the media puts the camera on them.
Yes.
And they don't put the camera on the actual real people that's out there.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
there's this thing that they've been doing for a long time, and I mean, I've just learned about it maybe within the last 5, 6, I don't know. I'm just gonna say 5, 6 years, but when they're called crisis actors.
Okay.
And they show up in these different events, like, I mean, even sometimes when, like, let's just say in the event, like the migrants moving from one place to another, this, that, and the other, and then they start showing, like, when you really look down at this whole thing, it's like these people wearing brand new Nikes, blah blah blah, they supposed to be walking for a couple of 100 miles from this place to the next. But if you really take a close look, you can see that some of these people, like, nobody's barefoot. Like all, a lot of them, you can, if you really look into some of this stuff, you can see where this stuff was created, a manufactured
proxy, yeah.
Yeah, it's a manufactured thing just to try to get the people, because I mean, it's mostly to control the minds of the masses.
The masses. That's right, baby.
Yeah.
That's right.
So
Let me play some more of this.
Back at work, Winston then continues his job at the Ministry of Truth, this time unpersoning someone. Now, unpersoning is the act of essentially removing someone from history and replacing them with someone else.
Removing somebody from history and replacing them with somebody else.
And this is just one of the many
All right.
aspects of 1984, which has its roots in previous autocracies. Now, in this, Orwell was specifically alluding to Stalin's dictatorship, where this was an extremely common practice. Enemies of the state, or rather enemies of Stalin, wouldn't just be executed. Every mention of their name and even their image in photographs was erased, completely removing them from history. However, this practice, of course, hasn't died out. The Chinese government, for example, was infamous for disappearing anyone they don't like. Jack Ma, the CEO of Alibaba, essentially disappeared from public view after making economic suggestions that would shift power away from the Chinese Communist Party. And today, he's all but vanished from the public eye, spending his time in exile under constant surveillance. But we're not just talking about China. This is happening all over the West. When anyone who speaks out against the agenda set in place by Western governments, they are then often censored or bullied into silence. Whether it be Julian Assange or Edward Snowden talking about the government's crimes, or any other supposed thought criminal who's been cancelled on social media for talking about COVID and its origins. Anything deemed a thought crime and you can be cancelled immediately. I mean, it's gotten to the point now where FBI and other government intelligence agencies are infiltrating and working in conjunction with all the big social media sites. And once they have control of sites like Twitter, they can then censor any narrative they don't like. Shadow.
Boom, boom, boom. So like,
I wonder why they chose Twitter.
Well, not he just used them as an example.
I know, but that's what I'm saying, because it was under control, and now where it's more loosely run, where people do have they're not totally being censored the way they were before, but they chose to speak of them instead of the ones who are still doing it or even getting sued for doing it.
Yeah, so a lot of these people that you think are real people are bots, and then when we say bots, they could be FBI agents, like literally CIA, FBI agents, as a profile on one of these social media platforms, and
But
doing
no,
what
it's
they
not.
do on there.
But no, that's the craziness about it is there's one person that is in like over maybe 50 or 100, 1,000 different accounts,
right,
and on different platforms all at the same time,
and
and
that's
there's
why we call them
probably
bots. Yeah.
and then there's a thousand or thousands of them that exist. So I mean, that allows for hundreds of thousands to maybe even millions of these fake accounts that's able to jump in and under these crazy different accounts that's gonna
And
have
they can guide the conversation one way or another, and shut down dissent basically.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said, the average person is not going there with an original thought. They're looking through through the conversation, and then they'll, based on what's happening in the conversation that they get into, is where they start to try to respond based on what's already happening. No new thought is actually happening once in that
If you do say something that's actually like profound, you're gonna get attacked, like thousands of attacks,
or ignored.
Profound thoughts tend to be buried more than fought, because it's easier to bury it than it is to challenge it intellectually, because sooner or later both sides are going to get intellectual about it.
Yeah, but at the same time, you might think that your comment is been accepted and read, because maybe there's a few people that may actually see it as you put it in there, but this censorship is still happening because you put your thing there. Like I know I've posted many, like I've seen this like clearly, because I'm getting pretty controversial on my pages or whatever. But I've seen things like certain, especially when it comes down to what falls into an algorithm or people might really actually respond to.
Nobody sees it.
Yeah,
nobody can see it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Banning or completely deleting people from the sites. But it's not just social media companies. Now even companies like Uber, PayPal, and even Airbnb can ban you for having the wrong opinions online. And then over in China is the infamous social credit system. The basic idea is for each person to be assigned a personal score based on how trustworthy they are according to the Chinese government. Certain things can increase your score, like making a social media post praising the government. But on the other hand, things like getting into debt, buying too many video games, reading the Bible, or criticizing the government deducts points from your score. And if your score falls too low, the CCP will then severely reduce your already restricted freedoms, as people with a low score can have trouble buying train or even plane tickets. Some people have even had their pets taken away from them, with one student even been denied a place at university because his father had a low score. For now, the system is only...
Go ahead.
Did I hear that correctly?
What?
That you can have your pets taken away from you?
That's what I heard. That is exactly what you heard.
Yeah.
Remember, I've been criticizing China for a long while. This is not new information.
But what about what is it that you're actually saying? Because some of it may not truly be considered,
I've been talking about how they have become the model of the Orwellian state of the future.
Oh yeah, well I mean, yeah.
Like in America, we look to California and see what they're doing there, and then you're going to see that sweep across America. In the world, in the socialist movements and stuff like that, in the government control New World Order, look at China and the things that they're doing start to spread across the world.
Well, see, and
we're following right behind.
Well, no, we're not just like really following behind them. We are them because that's where our government has been trying to lead us from anyway. Like through democracy,
it's,
what
but
we're
it's like
calling democracy,
they pulled
because
the
it's
trigger
not true
first, is what I'm
democracy.
saying.
I know. Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, what we're calling democracy is the things that all of those, the apparatuses, the media is, gearing people, giving them, the fear tactics, the, and it's mostly fear, but you see it in different, all kinds of, different at different levels. But it's definitely leading us down that road, and the people who are trying to protect us from that, we give them the most harp because the government has to be shut down from period of time here and there because if we allow this thing to just continue, we run ourselves right into it. Like we're kind of we push ourselves right into out of control, where we don't have the power and the control anymore because our dependency is totally at the top. It's not in our own hands.
Let me play some more of this.
Overwhelming level of control in the society. All Winston really wants to do is yell bullshit at all the lies slung at him. But most of the things that Winston thinks are bad or corrupted just aren't. They're normal parts of life which the party sees as a threat to their authority, and therefore it's outlawed. It's part of the tactic of keeping the people impoverished and uneducated, as this makes them far easier to control. Because
impoverished and uneducated, easy to control.
Real education and economic prosperity are the two worst things for Big Brother. As they're not trying to enlighten you or save your soul, it's all about control. The more you commit to their ideology, the more they can poison your soul. And that's why in the book Orwell writes, every record has been destroyed or failed, every book rewritten. Every picture repainted, every statue and street building has been renamed, every date has been altered. It's a beautiful thing, construction of words. And today in our own world, we're seeing a very similar process unfold. You see things as simple as children's books, I'm talking Roald Dahl books, are now being pushed through a demented purity filter, where all bad words or paragraphs are now being rewritten. Words like witches are being turned to hags, fat turned to ginormous, black person to dark, cloud men to cloud people. Entire sections of these children's books are being rewritten to eliminate any wrongthink. And this isn't just children's books. This is happening throughout all genres. Roald Dahl is just the most egregious example of this. But it doesn't even stop there, because even a recent UK government-backed report has now claimed that reading George Orwell's 1984 is a sign of, quote, extremism. So Western governments now carry
1984 is a sign of extremism. So that's probably what they're going to label us as right now because we're talking about it.
I mean, not to say when I make the comment of, the lining up with Rex 84.
The problem we have with our kids right now is when they read 1984, they don't think about the government and things now and how things have come up. They sit there and go, I didn't realize things were that bad back then.
Well, but I mean, they don't really have true context because, like, for us, living through a lot of those things, because even then, we didn't realize we were going, how bad things were, and it's by us even having the experience of seeing some of these things, living through some of the news stories, some of the different things that we heard, and then being able to look back and apply, what we actually, what we know now to understand. Because I mean, 1984, I was there, but with total ignorance. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm on the other side of that because I remember the 80s. I remember 84. My dad was working at a plant, and there was a lot of layoffs back in those times. You know what I mean? So financially, there were a lot of people that were struggling in the early 80s and whatnot, and if they were to read into those things, they will see that it was pretty bad back in those days, right? It was.
Well, I mean, if you really think about it, because some people would consider some of these things social programs, and to some extent it was, but it made sense for, like a worker having a pension that he's been working toward, and things that's going to be available for you when you get older that you earned on, that it could be, at the end of it worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars after they retire. And, to move from that type of, structure into more privatized, where you don't work for the actual manufacturer like those plants. You move to something where they don't have to give you any kind of retirement plan or anything that you can rely on afterwards, because that's where the setup began for you to have to be a perpetual employee.
And yeah, it's a lot of it's the service industries is what has been blowing up. But back to what they were just saying about the words and changing the words in the books and stuff. And it's like anything that's like a story about fighting against the system and stuff like that. It's, they're going to change that stuff up. And they don't want the kids to have an idea of like changing things or that things are bad, like y'all were saying, to even have the idea of wanting to change things or make things better, because everything is just fine. You know what I'm saying?
But that's also one of the things too that is, like I said, the banning of certain books until people really see some of the changes that was made from the original story. That's why people like, hey, this is not acceptable. This is not what, because only people in, our age remembers the differences. Because if it was what they're saying it is now, why wasn't that story the same when we were growing up? And that's where people are finding it to be a problem, because, Rosa
Were we going through Reaganism at that time, or the first book?
Yeah, we were. We were going through. Well, Reagan was pretty much delusional. Like he was. His wife was pretty much making decisions for him at that point, but at 84. The year is not important. But
for this, yeah.
But the main thing is that, because I got a little bit interrupted, but with my thought kind of messed me up. What was the last thing you remember me saying to put me back on track?
I don't know. It's that the year 1984 doesn't matter that much. Like this is a fiction, a work of fiction. So like that's not what
the book is, but all of the things that's in it.
We were talking about the words being changed.
The idea what I was
saying
is kids.
Can I finish? I just thought about. I'm sorry, Doc. But yeah, because I was saying like Rosa Parks' book when we were growing up was one thing about her on the bus sitting on the front of the bus and this, that, and the other, and now they're adding her into an LGBT conversation.
Wow.
So when people are saying, hey, no, these books need to be banned, or because it's far from what the original story is or whatever, they're trying to implant certain thoughts that into the new generations that some of these civil rights things is what she was fighting for civil rights, but they're adding a new conversation to it as if that was the main thing during that time, and that's a problem.
Go ahead, Doc. What were you saying?
Yeah, I apologize, Doc. I just wanted to get that out of the way.
No, I was saying the joke I was making was about how kids today don't realize that 1984 was prophetic. It's about how things are and how things are becoming. They think that it was kind of real. They think it was almost a documentary. And the Orwell quote you were looking for was, "Those who control the present control the past, and those who control the past control the future."
Yes.
They started the video. They started the video off with that.
Well, and hey, don't strike me down, but some, when we're talking about prophetic, we got to remember that, I mean, even some of our most deepest books were written by human beings, and what we sometimes consider to be prophetic could be a part of a 500-year plan or 1,000-year plan, in which a lot of societies do that we just don't understand because we have gotten left out of those types of conversations. But
I consider The Simpsons prophetic in some of the things that they've shown have come true.
Well, I mean, what you consider to be prophetic, because I mean, in my mind, the definition of prophetic is something that somebody visualized, and I guess to some extent it is, but when it's something that was already planned to happen at some point in time, you don't really have to guess, because you already know that agenda is in play, and it's going to play itself out.
If it's already in motion and a plan, then it's a conspiracy theory and not a prophecy.
That's right.
Well, it's not even it's a conspiracy fact at some point, because, like I said, it's the you can call it a theory, but in its origin, it was already it was a part of an agenda, but they put it in some form, book, some form of media for you to digest, and oh well, wow, it's a conspiracy theory in the beginning, but it was already something that was already set to play out to be reality over time. And these things can be seen because they have directed all of these motions through policies, through like different laws that's being made, but they also, like, the media has set people up to be fearful, to make you say, for them to have to be forced to make the move that they was already planning to make anyway.
Yeah, but look here, when we were growing up, our parents always said, well, don't believe what you see on TV anyway. Now we're in the information age. These kids are believing everything that they see on, whether it's YouTube or TikTok or the news. They believe everything, and they, in some forms, in some fashion, they reenact and feed into what's going on. You know what I mean? So,
Let me question what is check.
Characterizing people who read 1984 as potential enemies of the state. And this isn't just happening with words. We're also seeing this in the same form of economic control. As we're all familiar with, the past few decades have seen enormous inequality that has steadily risen over the last 40 years, which is why by 2019, the world's richest 26 people owned more wealth than the poorest 50%. But then after COVID, the biggest wealth transfer in history occurred. Now, to put into scale how big this wealth transfer truly was, we have to look at the stats. In early 2020, before COVID began, billionaires alone as just people owned 2% of total global wealth. And this is only including publicly available information. But just a year later, and this number was now 3.5%. 1.5% more of the total global wealth has gone to just billionaires alone, all in a single year. And the result of this is ginormous wealth for the top elites and a never-ending hamster wheel for the masses, where you can never control your own money, where you never own anything, where you have no property, land, or assets, or even any prospect of owning these things in the future, just continually renting everything with nothing to your name. Because in the last couple of years, as wages have stagnated, the cost of everything around you has gone up exponentially, only continuing to go up and up while your income starts to shrink. And so it was no surprise that as this great wealth transfer unfolded, the World Economic Forum unveiled their new plan, the Great Reset. Now, for those of you unaware, the World Economic Forum is a priestly cast of people mixed up of global leaders, royal families, BlackRock, the world's biggest companies, the biggest banks, the biggest pharmaceutical companies, mainstream media outlets, and the top celebrities. It's pretty much a culmination of the world's most powerful people. And these are the people who create agendas and policies that are then adopted by organizations such as the UN, World Bank, IMF, and national governments. And this private organization has no democratic vote, and yet it is quite clearly one of the most powerful organizations the world has ever seen, not just affecting the West, but also Russia and China. So when they unveiled their plan for a great reset, this marked a new chapter in human history. And the leader of this organization is Klaus Schwab, who claimed the Great Reset would provide a unique window of opportunity to reshape our world.
And I see.
Yeah, so and they said the greatest transfer of wealth ever happened in COVID. And,
That's right.
And then, like you said, Pat, it was setting up what they already was planning to do. So, they were planning on doing this PSYOP and giving them an opportunity to make a huge change in the world, to lead it in a direction that they have been planning to do all along. And this was their opportunity.
Well, yeah,
and also to add, like, they created their opportunity to, like I said, make different policies, get people fearful of certain things so that they can, they already knew that they wanted to make these moves, but in order for them to do it in a quote unquote free society, it can't look like they just did it because that's what they felt like, but because of the need of the people, we're going to make these changes. But they also created the need.
Well, I don't know where that controversial video came from, where they showed Dr. Fauci when he said that before Trump even got in office, Obama was still in office. They said, well, the next president, somewhere during his midterm, there's going to be a pandemic and this, that, and the other. They had all of that planned out years before Trump even got in office and what have you. And the big reset, it's all a plan. It's all a plan.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna tell you one of the reasons why I knew that this was, a lot of, because I mean, even the players that we say are like our enemies, they're actually like they are in cahoots with each other and they plan their role. Because even like I think that at some points I feel like even the war with Ukraine and the resources of our country being used to support it is a part of to make us weaker, so that because they've said that it's time for the East to rule again, so they've been positioning for the West to be to some extent weakened. But they also, the main thing is that we're the only true, technically we're supposed to be the free world, the free country, the only place that we can really consider ourselves free. And they need to take us down a notch. We need they want us to be more like China or Russia for that, or those different societies, because the control goes back and forth. If there's, they're really trying to get rid of the Republican ideology overall, because that's where our freedom lies. Back to the republic. The democracy is what's gonna, demolish the republic. So when you really break it down and look at, these words that we use all the time, is, the democracy is really robbing us of our freedoms, even though it gives the appearance that it's giving us all of these new freedoms, and they're the ones who's willing to, open the purse and give us things that is ours to begin with, but it's all gonna come at a cost. You know what I'm saying? So I think we, overall, we really need to kind of, look at.
Well, they're ideology. Yeah, how do you pronounce the word?
Ideology.
Yeah, the ideology of the two parties switched somewhere back in the past. I mean, you got to remember, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, and he freed the slaves. So,
well,
you know what I mean?
That's true. But I don't think the ideologies actually changed. I think the people, the support of the different parties have somewhat changed, because because mostly, melanated people who created the Republican Party don't support the ideology that we, created. And the people who created or what I say created, but who has somewhat brought in the democracy into this country, were at odds with what we began. And I think that if we went back to our origins, we would actually grow, because that's what was really more beneficial to us then, and it would still be beneficial to us now. But the psyop is what allowed us to believe in things that's not really true, because they have control of the especially since the early 1900s, and the ability to radio, TV, and things that allow mind control have been available to us. It steered us away from, and distracted us from the things that we couldn't easily be distracted from before.
Well, our government really is ran by the lobbyists. You know what I mean? Who's contributing the most gets the prize.
We have this conversation a lot here, and it's really the corporate.
Right, the lobby, yeah.
The lobby is the person who's actually going in there to speak for the corporation. So they're not the ones in control. They're the voices behind it, but the control really lies within the corporations, the manufacturers, things like that. And that's why they have all the power. That's why look at the NRA. Yeah, the NRA. I wouldn't really use them.
Lobbyists. We're actually saying it's the corporation, since they pay the lobbyists.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
We don't want the gun. We don't want the bullet. We don't want the gun. We want the person holding the gun.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me say a little more of
the
this.
person that hires the person holding the gun.
Right.
Right.
Let me play this.
The need for action. I see the need for a great reset.
And one part of this agenda was to make the world greener and more carbon neutral, which sounds great. But what exactly did he mean by this? Well, as you might have noticed, all governments in the West in just the last year have promoted these policies heavily, with the West now being forced to cut their ammonium and nitrogen emissions by 50% alone. However, for many farmers in Europe, their livestock normally produce ammonia in urine and feces, and so farmers all across Europe were recently forced to cut 30% of their livestock, which meant huge swaths of farmers were forced out of business by the government. And yet these same rules never applied for sectors like the airline industry. So suddenly, farmers and workers across Europe protested. But at first, these protests were smeared as just crazy right-wingers. But as this resentment grew and the protests gripped European nations, the government acted harshly, with live rounds being fired upon these protesters. I mean, in the Netherlands, they even changed the law that officers who killed protesters were now immune from manslaughter charges. And whilst the media covered this up, the Dutch government would never receive any backlash, as they were cowing to the World Economic Forum orders. And the working class people in Europe were forced to see their futures destroyed before them, as they were attacked and mocked in the media. And so it was no surprise that around this period, Klaus Schwab, the leader of the World Economic Forum, warned of increasing anger.
We have to prepare for a more angry world.
Because Western governments were now forcing the food supply to run dry, whilst artificially inflating the prices amidst a global food shortage, only deepening the economic crisis that the majority of the West were facing. And in an act of doublethink, something that came straight out of 1984, media outlets like Reuters would then claim that there was no evidence that the Dutch government worked with the World Economic Forum to impose these new laws, which really isn't all that surprising given the World Economic Forum partnered with Reuters for exclusive content distribution, as the World Economic Forum, otherwise known as Big Brother, controls the flow of information. And while she might not see the anger in the news, these protests haven't stopped in Europe. I mean, just recently, protests have gripped the country of France, as the President Macron has risen the pension age, meaning it's going to take longer and longer before workers can ever receive a pension. Even though the majority of France hates this idea, this was imposed anyway, as democracy in Western nations is becoming a facade. In fact, democracies aren't even obeying the people anymore. They obey corporate and financial interests rather than the popular vote, the World Economic Forum over the people. And that's why our freedoms are slowly being stripped economically and socially. Because if everyone had social and economic freedom, then the whole system would collapse. And instead of new parties emerging and addressing these protests, you're now seeing the militarization of the police, more surveillance, more distraction. And it's following this agenda that people like Bill Gates are claiming at the World Economic Forum that during our current worst cost of living crisis and the ongoing fuel shortages, Bill thinks that workers should now also be paying carbon carpenters, all whilst people like Bill Gates are using the most carbon of all. They'll preach things like private property for the average person will be a bygone relic, all while snapping up record amounts of farmland across the US, following their mantra of you'll own nothing and be happy. And all you're left with is again more distraction, more noise, more misery, more tension, and more depression. No more family units, less farms, less freedoms, and no more rights to pursue happiness. And this is just one of the reasons our habitus has been violently shifted towards consumerism and hollow material wealth, because we're being starved of it. And it's the perfect means to keep control in society. But how did things ever get this bad? This has never really happened in living memory. But what Orwell didn't foresee was that pleasure was just as useful a tool to keep the masses numbed. You see, as they slowly siphon the wealth out of the economy, the elites keep us distracted with hollow, empty hedonism, and modern technology is the perfect tools for this. By exploiting the basic social need to be accepted, social media applications exploit your dopamine receptors in the exact same way as cocaine. Years of split testing or perfecting the algorithms and billions of dollars in research have made big tech companies like Facebook and TikTok as addictive as possible. And as people build up a tolerance, they always need more content faster to stay engaged, all while procrastinating and wasting their life away, being numbed into flaccid apathy in their bedrooms. The rise of TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and all these other short-form social media sites is just a direct result of this process. It's why we're developing parasocial relationships with streamers and not our own communities, giving the people the illusion of community and knowing what's going on in the world, all without any real substance or true information, and by providing a drip of anodyne lethargic dross. The meaning and
Man, that was a lot. Yeah, go ahead. Comments.
Well, bro, this is something that I mean, so we've had these conversations in different ways over the past couple of years, but I mean, this is just it really speaks out really everything that has been going on for decades, and it just led to this point. But it's horrifying to me because the average person still does not see it, and see it from the point of view of where, you know, their politics and how it affects them, and, you know, making it easy. To me, what would be an easy choice, but to the average person, they don't see it that way because the mind control is so strong that anybody that tries to, you know, and I think Christianity kind of did that with the whole belief thing that, you know, regardless of what anybody says, this is this, and you hold on to this because that's the devil trying to tell you to, you know, something other than that. And it's transferred from out of religion into our social day-to-day politics or anything else that we're, you know, going through. I mean, I don't want to demonize Christianity at its purest form, but at the same time, through a lot of the dogma that runs through it, has, you know, brought us to a point where, you know, you thinking for yourself is a crime.
I think it's the person's financial status or what have you that dictates their thoughts and feelings on that matter. That's what I think.
To some extent, I think there's people who, you know, I mean, of course, we're not talking about the elites. That's a totally different class.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about, you know, even like we're talking about the poor and the middle class, because I even
the upper middle class and the lower middle class. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, because I include millionaires, some of the lower millionaires into the middle class.
Yeah. I'll take that.
Yeah. So I mean,
let's read some comments.
Probably the most controlled groups, period.
Let's read some comments. This first comment, it says,
Hold
being
on,
labeled
I
in...
wanted to jump in about a little bit of this.
Go ahead.
You know, you guys know that I quote 1984 a lot. I know a lot about it. I've written research papers on it. I've also written one on a book called Stranger in a Strange Land by Heinlein. It is also another one of these. I encourage you to wiki it or look it up. It is another one of these dystopian futures. But see, they have a system based on the intelligence level of their people.
Yeah.
Okay. We kind of do as well. You know, country bumpkins, rednecks, dumbasses, public school, private school, little college. We have an intelligence-based, class-based system when it comes to, well, I know more than you. Much exaggerated due to the Cunning-Kruger, the Kruger effect on.
I know you.
I'm fumbling my words.
I know you purposely leaving the race thing out, but we'll just say race separations as well.
Well, there's some things easier for you to talk about than me. If
I know. That's why I was trying to help you out with that part. But yeah.
Okay, but Stranger in a Strange Land, it's divided by this. The guy comes from Mars, where it's about love and utopia and stuff like that, and gets this class-based system with work, and then everyone has Soma. Soma is the drug that makes everybody good, kind of like Coke or social media or something like that. I work, I get Soma, I feel good, I can work more. It is all good, it is all for the state. That's why it's a good book to look into, because what we're seeing is not, everyone sees 1984, and you can always argue about a lot of stuff. But if you combine 1984 and Stranger in a Strange Land, you have something that is extremely, disturbingly like modern day society.
Yeah. When they were mentioning those dopamine hits, and man, that shit, and talking about how you getting ruled by pleasure, like that stuff, like really makes my mind just go.
Are we not entertained?
That's right.
For real.
That's right.
Let me read some comments. The first comment says, being labeled an enemy of the state is a badge of honor. And that's how I feel, if it's kind of like what I was talking about. If you're ruled by criminals, then they're always pointing the finger at the whistleblower. Like the whistleblower is the bad guy, and the person that they give statues and accolades to is the bad guy. You know what I mean? Because you're ruled by bad guys.
I remember in the 80s, we specifically whipped out whistleblower laws. I mean, this is in the Reagan through Clinton days. We whipped out with whistleblower laws that stopped retaliation against whistleblowers, actually protected them.
Yeah. Well,
and it's like, more. I don't know what happened to those, and I don't know why they're not protecting a lot of these people nowadays.
Because they we are people like that are more they're more dangerous to the overall international because because we think that some of the things that we're dealing with is just on a domestic level, but really we're already into this international political atmosphere, or it's the one world, like it's the things that they keep telling us that we're moving into, we're
already there.
Yeah.
So and that's why they persecute journalists. We don't really have real journalism, and they call you an extremist, they call you a terrorist if you're like trying to push against the system. You're terrorizing them. You know what I mean? You're a threat to them, so now you're a terrorist.
And I've been talking about fourth and fifth generational warfare since as long as you've known me, Chaka. I mean, and that's what's going on. We're not on a battlefield that you can see anymore. It's a battlefield of the mind.
That's right.
And it's been that way for 60 years.
Yes, sir.
It's not new. This is 60 plus years old. People are just starting to figure out that we're in a war when we're already in the mid to end game.
Hey, let me. Do y'all remember the conversation? Let me ask you: do y'all remember the little documentary when what was the dude that lost to Baby Bush when that's doing all of the
McCain?
No. That was he lost to Obama. The one that lost to Bush. He's the activist over all of the
Mondale.
No, he's talking about Gore.
Gore.
Okay.
He's like now he did a gave an example of what we were going through with the global warming thing, talking about, he gave this example about a frog jumping into a pot of water, let's just say warm water.
And they keep increasing the temperature, and he doesn't know it until he's boiled.
And he's in there, and he just stays there because the gradual changes he doesn't realize them, and then before he knows it, it's too late. And that's kind of the same example that we're going through in a physical and a mental way, because they're gradually making these changes, and as time passes, like these things happen, what seems separate of each other, and we're go ahead.
And I get what you're saying. That's exactly what happened in Germany, right? With the Jews, with what led into World War II, the Holocaust, all of that. Like, that stuff didn't happen overnight. It was a gradual thing, and then they looked up and shit was all fucked up.
Yeah.
Let me read some more comments. It says, "My son is turning 10 this month. I'd be lying if I wasn't extremely worried for him for when he is an adult. Things are so out of control. I don't think we can get back on track without a huge sacrifice. The depressing thing is, regardless of what clown politician we put in office, they will still have the puppets that own them pulling the strings. We sincerely need a great reset of the government from the ground up." And that's what I'll be arguing about when we vote for one lesser or two evil, stir fry shit or bake shit, and nothing really changed. And then it's a pacifier for us to make us think that, this is the most important election of our lifetime, every damn election, and it's still the same outcome for the people as a result.
Well, but that's the. Go ahead, Doc.
It's because you spend so much time worrying who's going to be the manager and who's going to be the boss, and not enough time spending who's going to be the employees in your local government. That's why we're not making change. That's why nothing's getting better, is because we're distracted by the potato, the Cheeto, the black guy, the first black president, baby Bush, daddy Bush. I mean, we got a list of these.
We're guided into thinking that way, though, because most
that's not where we're losing our rights. We're losing our rights at the local level. We're losing our rights at the state level. And they're in the local politicians, the ones that are going to Congress, the ones that are being representatives right now, they think they're our leaders. They lost the fact that they are our representatives, and they're not representing us. They're going there with their ideas, their beliefs, saying this is what we should be, and we don't agree with them.
Yeah.
We're not telling them that at this level. We're not cutting them off with a knee. We're trying to cut off the head. This is Hydra. You can't cut off their heads. You got to take them down first.
Yeah, and those people way in Washington don't have that much in our life, really. And we're guided to think this way, because what happens every 4 years when there's a presidential election? You got the celebrity. It's so important. You need to go vote. It's a presidential election. You need to go vote. And most people only vote in like the presidential elections. They don't vote in the local elections. They don't even know when they come around. They don't even know when they're happening. It's not advertised on television. It's not covered. It's just the big election is the only one that people talk about or is covered. The celebrities come out and tell you to vote. And so we're guided to think this way.
Exactly.
And I'm not taking a dig at you, but did you go to the little vote where Houston became a sanctuary city?
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Neither do I.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Well, let me. Well, look,
That's
because
why we're losing.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you, I mean, I guess the only comment that I really have in this whole idea is that overall, because like like I said, for me and Chaka, politically, we, in a lot of cases, see things differently when it comes down to how to act on it. But overall, we do see that we have the same problems. So the thing is that I hopefully that we can get to a point where not just me and Chaka, but like people who are interact the same way, or we realize the same things, that we can find a point of action that will actually make the differences for regardless of what political ideology you may have, or something that will be fair to both mindsets. Because like I said, we're it's not necessarily a physical war, but I feel that it could get that way because of the mental war.
Right.
Because we keep pulling from having this tug of war about something that is a clear problem, and because of the way that our triggers are different, the things that the way we're seeing these issues is like I said, I mean, I think overall we need to stop putting the band-aid over the gunshot wound, because it's gonna bleed out again. Like,
and that's why I do this show, is to try to create some kind of dialogue between the two camps and find some common ground, so we can move forward. Let me read a couple more comments.
And that's what I try to do. I try to show you guys where you're both agreeing, you just don't agree in the same way. I'm the one that brings up, hey, the common ground is what we need to find to start the foundation on.
Yeah.
And then I talk shit about both sides.
Let me read a couple more comments here. It says, the best way to keep a prisoner from escaping is to make sure he never knows he is in prison.
That's right. Yeah.
Another comment.
That's the illusion. I'm trying to think of what movie that was that told us that you think you're free. Well, that's an illusion. I know it was not Dennis Hopkins.
It's been a lot of movies.
Anthony Hopkins. I know Anthony Hopkins said it, but I can't think. I think it was on Silence of the Lambs. I think it was when he was saying, "You think you're free? You're not really free."
Yeah, you're in a prison that has no walls, and you're creating a prison with your mind. Let me read a couple more. That says, this book has changed my life, changed who and what I believe. Those who control the present control the past. Those who control the past control the future. Absolutely stunning quote, which makes us question our own history as we know it. And this is so important and I posted it in the comments, because that is a freaking profound ass quote. And you see what's happening with them changing the history, and don't want to teach history in school. Don't even want to talk about it. Like, we can't even agree on what happened. You know what I mean? Like, that's a problem, and then they control what we think the past is. And that's what leads us down this road of possibly repeating this shit again, and that's why I'm always talking about history, and I think it's like most important shit ever. And I love it. And I'm always into it. But then when I try to bring it up, or we try to have conversations on it, it turns into a whole ass fucking emotional ass fucking,
well,
it's only emotional when someone doesn't know the truth of it. Hasn't studied the depth of the history. You have to be able to open mind that you weren't there. You know what I mean? You're only going by what he said in his story. You know what I mean? So.
And that's true, but me as being a historian, you can get certain like direct and indirect sources, and you can also like play them against each other and stuff like that. Letters that people wrote and stuff like that, and you could put together a pretty good picture. Now, it's never going to be completely accurate, and it's always going to have a bias because it's open to interpretation. You know what I mean? And also, we like to look through our present day lens, like the way we look at the world today, and try to look at the world, you know, in the past in the same way. And you just can't do that because people don't think the same way, and it's just like that's. But you put all of that in mind, and then you can come up with pretty good pictures of what happens, you know. But we can't agree on anything. We can't get forward with that, and the authority decides on what his story is, and then that, you know, that's a problem.
Well, that's the part that I wanted to point out was because
history.
Yeah, well, and it's not, and that's not always. I mean, you can. Well, we'll run with that. But the main problem for me is that, you know, because of those created narratives, like history, you know, just at its purest, is never told. It's a version of a story that, you know, it's totally, yeah, that's totally created. So I mean, people, when the truth is revealed and is discussed, people look at you like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, how are you gonna sit here and in my face tell me this bold bullshit? No, you mean to tell me my cousin, my ancestor was the king of this place, and you know I'm yeah, you know your ancestors pretty much owned all of this stuff over on this side, whether you want to call him a king or whatever, you know, because you know I'm indigenous American that tries to pass that message on, and people just it's just because of what they've been taught, it's so hard for them to even conceive, and then they just like, what the hell ever, like, I don't, you know, the disinterest and all these other things. So like that's my biggest gripe about the whole, like, okay, historians that have a voice tell lies.
Let me read another comment. It says, the further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. I want to go into, we're going to wrap on this Idiocracy right here, and comments. We're going to break this down, and then we'll wrap on this.
We've been talking so much and referencing the movie so much. I actually watched I watched the movie last week.
Awesome. Let's do this. That wasn't your first time watching it, right? You was rewatching it. Right?
Which movie are you talking about? Which movie?
Idiocracy. We're going to do it right now. Check this out.
Idiocracy. If you haven't seen it, please watch it.
Please go watch it.
Idiocracy gives us a glimpse into what the United States might look like in 2505. At the time, audiences saw this movie as nothing more than a cutting satire, criticizing the trajectory the country was on. But now, nearly 2 decades later, with that trajectory becoming steeper and steeper, we can now see that Idiocracy was more than just satire, it was a warning. And as we continuously fail to heed that warning, the 2505 we witness in the movie becomes less and less distant. Idiocracy shows us a society controlled and pillaged by corporations, human beings who are completely dependent on products that are slowly killing them, and a constant injection of misinformation. These are all the same mechanisms that shape our society in 2023, and they all work together to maintain the status quo just as they do in the fictional society of Idiocracy. The film follows US Army librarian Joe Boris, who is scientifically determined by the military to be the most average man in the world, not particularly smart, athletic, or determined, nor the opposite. This quality makes Joe the perfect control candidate for an upcoming classified military hibernation experiment meant to last just for 1 year. Unable to find a suitable female candidate, the military hires Rita, a prostitute. Upon their selection, Joe and Rita are locked in the hibernation chambers to slumber, and within the next year, the officers in charge of the experiment and Rita's pimp are arrested for running a prostitution ring. Soon after the scandal, the military base containing Joe and Rita was closed and demolished. With a previous explanation that neither character has close friends or family, the experiment, and by proxy Joe and Rita, are completely forgotten. forgotten about, leaving them to hibernate in their pods as the years pass by. Hundreds of years go by, and the chart of average intelligence steadily declines. And as the world's most brilliant scientists are tasked with figuring out how to stop hair loss and extend erections, humans become less and less able to solve basic problems such as proper disposal of garbage. This ultimately leads to the Great Garbage Avalanche of 2505, which causes Joe's pod to end up in the home of Frito, an average brain-dead future citizen. This is where Joe wakes up and slowly realizes where he is and what society has become. An apocalyptic dystopia filled with people who are too dumb to sustain humanity's survival. Towards the beginning of the movie, we get a basic explanation as to how human evolution has led us to this point.
Having kids is such an important decision.
We're just waiting for the right time. It's not something you want to rush into.
The narrator explains that unfavorable economic conditions, social unrest, and the looming threat of global warming have discouraged the smartest of us from reproducing. And meanwhile, the dumbest people aren't considering such factors and are more willing to partake in adultery with multiple partners. Meaning they're reproducing at an exponential rate. This dichotomy repeated for years, meaning intelligence is passed on to offspring less and less until...
Go ahead, comments. What you say?
I'm just laughing at what he said.
Yeah, it's about like Ice Cube. You know what I'm saying?
And you know, I guess I somewhat regret to some extent because, you know, I thought I was being noble by waiting, you know, to have children, but, you know, I'm always a good person. You know, I don't think it'd be bad to have more people like me, but I also know I was, you know, very much immature in my early days. But
that's,
you know,
that's the point. That, you know, the person that's thoughtful, that's the intellectual. You thought about it. You know what I'm saying? You know, and that's what it is, right? Like a person that thinks about it is going to hesitate a bit more. You know, really, I wish I would have started having children a lot later. You know, my life would be way different if I had started a family in my early 20s. That wasn't a good move. It was one of the, you know, one of the things that guided my life in a terrible direction, I would say. One of the decisions that I would change. So, but that's the point of it. So it ends up being that the person that's, you know, more thoughtful, more intelligent ends up having fewer children, and you know, the person that's not thinking like that at all ends up having a bunch. That's basically what they're saying here.
Yeah, I agree with that. I wish I would have waited.
It's completely phased out, which ultimately leads us to the Society Idiocracy shows in its version of 2505. But what does this say about us? Critics of Idiocracy suggest that by using this logic, the film is advocating for eugenics or some sort of systematic planned breeding of society's smartest individuals. But this is really just a simple visual and comedic way of getting the audience on board with the premise. What the film spends the rest of its runtime trying to tell us is that the problem is environmental. The issue lies within our system, a system that constantly rewards us for dumbing ourselves down and engaging in false desires. Just look at the first thing Joe sees when he wakes up.
So, okay. So automatically, and then a lot of people are talking about this. I mean, we got to be careful when we talk about this particular topic, but you know, eugenics, you know, and certain people shouldn't have babies and so forth and so on. And certain other people should be encouraged to have babies or whatever, you know. But what they're saying, they wasn't trying to say that with the film. What they were trying to say was that the system is what needs to be looked at and adjusted. The system is what guides that situation being the way it is. Even if you try to go and fix it with the eugenics type of way, you're still going to end up with the same outcome because the system is going to dictate it to have that same outcome. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I
mean, at the same time, every one of us knows someone here that we have looked at within the last month and gone, that person does not need to breed.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the reason why,
but that's the reason why eugenics, you know, there's a primal, like an instinctive, it's really embracing your lower self, but it makes sense. You know what I mean? It really does. At the end of the day, you know, you could get why someone would think that way and want to, you know, feel like that's the way to go, manipulating the outcome through eugenics, but the movie is trying to say that it's the system, and that's what the real truth is.
It's not,
that's why I'm always talking about the system, is because, you know, one thing I learned when I was a manager is I learned that systems manage people, and people manage systems. Okay, so that you manage the people through systems. Okay, so you manage the system and you keep on adjusting the system. You see what kind of outcomes it's giving you and what is happening as a result of it, and then you make changes to that.
You tweak it, yeah.
You tweak the system. Freaking trying to directly manage people doesn't really work. You get what I'm saying? It's only going to work temporary. Like, you have to be there physically or whatever to manage a person. But if you set systems in place, then you don't have to be there. You could be somewhere else and you can manage a whole bunch of people because you're managing the system. So and eugenics would be managing the person. It would be like trying to be a person managing people and doing it, through the eugenics. You get what I'm saying? So it's only going to have a limited impact regardless.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that because I've seen a few examples of my own in my personal life where, the system, because of the system, it's valuable enough for people to want to be a part of, and no matter how they change it, because even me as a businessman, I keep trying to find different ways to exist within my realm, but they can always, change different things here, there, whatever, that's gonna, still keep me like invested, but also where it's not beneficial enough for me to be able to leave it. You know what I'm saying? Like, or just to, even at this point, to put it on cruise control and just allow it to work for me. But that's they know that that's what most of us are looking for. So they're doing things, and like I said, overall, I think that they know that they need us to exist, but for us, to be able to position ourselves enough to where we can exist in it and not, we can where the people are benefiting from it the most. That's that sweet spot that I think that we need to find as a whole, or we're gonna lose, and all of that stuff that they're saying about 2505 actually could happen, be done
way sooner.
Yeah,
way sooner. Let me play some more.
2100, if that.
He sees content, and not just any content. He sees content that appeals to the lowest common denominator, depicting a man getting repeated hits in the books. No story loves, just all action and humor that everyone can easily understand. Constant. This is a common theme throughout the movie. We see
So the main TV show that they watch is a show, it doesn't really have a storyline. It doesn't really have dialogue, really. It's just like, it appeals to your lowest self. Like, it's like you already know what's going to happen, but you're watching it because of the, like, it's funny, it's entertaining. It's like,
Housewives.
This is,
my bad.
Yeah, this is all the shows, pretty much. Like, not all of the shows, but a lot of the stuff.
Yeah,
a lot of the stuff is this.
Even the ones that has an actual story, a plot to it, and all that, that it's usually still very low level. It's entertainment. It gets somewhat exciting, but it's not something that is truly stimulating to the point where we're becoming better.
These action movies where there's nothing that's why I can't even watch the movies. Like, there's nothing happens. There's car chases, explosions, gunshots, people dying. The screen is going fast. A lot of things is happening, but there's really nothing actually happening.
You just described the whole Fast and Furious series.
I ain't gonna lie, that's one of the ones that was on my mind when I was just saying that.
What is that about? You know what I mean? And then it's got 10 of them. I don't understand.
They make money, man. That's it. They're making money.
Network dedicated to masturbation, a sensationalist news conglomerate that favors entertainment over truth, televised criminal trials in the form of monster truck rallies, political speeches straight out of WWE.
Now, I understand everyone's shit's emotional right now, but listen up.
It's all built to cater towards our increasingly low attention spans and tickle the most primitive parts of the brain. And it probably sounds very familiar to us, because a short short scroll through YouTube, TikTok, or even Netflix's original content will show you we're already embarking on this path, and we have been for quite some time. You'll see programming that wouldn't look out of place in a bureaucracy. Short scenes, simple concepts, fast-paced editing, devoid of any space for reflection or deeper exploration. Subway servers in the background, humor that appeals to everybody while criticizing nobody, designed to reach the widest audience possible, delivering empty platitudes. And this approach is rewarded handsomely. Views go up as even the smartest of us can't help but go back for one more injection of dopamine. Meanwhile, the less instantaneously rewarding content gets lost. Creators and corporations alike begin chasing eyeballs by applying the same methods. YouTube becomes filled with Mr. Beast clones.
I hired 50 Spider-Man to find out what it's like to be a crime-fighting superhero. Ever since I was a kid, I've always wanted to feel what it's like to fight supervillains and save the day.
TikTok becomes filled with vandalism, public humiliation, and even sex.
Sorry? You got a nice dog?
She's lovely, she's
Gang, whole lot of gangs.
Our news has even become entertainment. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that the faces of this movement are rewarded with immense wealth and fame. At the same time, essential workers are underpaid and disrespected.
So this is one of the parts of the system that leads us in this direction. It's like you get rewarded for this, like
It's nothing.
Shit.
Yeah,
nothing.
Football players, the entertainers, people that control the way you see the world or that can distract you, they get paid the most. The people
getting
like
rich as hell. So all of the kids want to be
But
social
are
media.
you entertained?
What's that?
But are you entertained?
Yeah, but that's the most important question of our times. And the people that matter, the people that are doing things that make a difference, they're not recognized. They don't get paid. People act like what they're doing doesn't matter. They're belittled and made fun of, and ostracized.
I'm gonna tell you guys, I haven't watched regular TV in so long. You know what I mean? Because there's nothing on there. There's nothing on there. I'm so happy that you don't have to get a cable anymore. You can get the Wi-Fi. Because I don't want to say I'm a conspiracy theorist watching person, but I'm always on the UFO uncovered and unsealed and stuff. I watched that like 6 hours yesterday. The NASA tapes and all type of things. I watched all that stuff. And that's what intrigues me. Anything that I can gain some kind of knowledge about, that's always been my thing. That's always been
even that's
my
conspiracy.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the type of thing that draw me in. But the nothingness that's on TV these days, and I was telling this young lady the other day, when we were growing up, we had cartoons where they actually had a male role model doing something, you know what I mean, or a hero doing something. Now they don't even have actual human beings doing. They got a sponge, you know what I mean. And you wonder why kids are getting
in the water.
You wonder why kids are getting bullied and whatnot. They don't even know how to stand up for themselves. They don't know how to be either a man or a young lady because they're watching things that don't even exist and do things. You know what I mean? When we were, oh man, I want to be big and muscular like He-Man. You know what I mean? We had something that we wanted to look forward to in being in life. These kids have nothing like that anymore. You know what I mean? And look at Fat Albert. Fat Albert had a teaching. That's right. You had a teaching undertone.
That's what I was going to ask about. What's the equivalent to Big Bird? And, what was that?
I haven't seen Sesame Street. Isn't even Sesame Street like it used to be. You know what I mean? The letter people. You know what I mean? What happened to the letter people?
Well, Sesame Street used to not have. It has ads now, so like that's one of the things that really changed a lot. And they did a thing where they defunded all of this kind of stuff. Like, it was publicly funded. It was that's what made it wholesome.
PBS.
The point of it was to teach and stuff like that. Like the whole thing. And so, but now it's all about making money. They got to have ads. They got to have advertisements.
Yeah.
And the advertisements are gonna, influence the content.
Right.
So that's what it is, man. And now,
But Generation X was the last place, because I remember when they start taking out civics out of school. Because we had civics and we had DECA, where you learn about politics and you can learn about how to run a business. And they got rid of those types of classes and programs, even home economics, things that
environmental science, all that.
shop class, all that shit's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, life science, because the whole
I
thing
had
is
a
like
mouse. We had a mouse. Mathematics of consumer education.
Yes, I
And
remember
they taught
mouse.
us, and they taught us how to write a check, how to balance the checkbook, how to
Yeah.
budget. And it was an alternative math class. It gave you a half credit, as an elective or as an extra math credit. That and statistics got me out of having to take algebra 2.
Yeah.
Which made no sense to me.
Yeah.
Let me play some more of this.
Teachers struggle to afford their basic needs. Doctors and lawyers are required to take on immense debt with predatory interest rates. So where's the incentive for young people to pursue a career where they meaningfully contribute to society? The truth is, it's gone. From a survey of 1,000 children in 2019, it was determined that over 71% of children in the United States want to be some form of an entertainer when they grow up, either a YouTuber, musician, or a professional athlete. Meanwhile, in China, over 50% of children want to become an astronaut or a teacher or an engineer. And it comes down to incentives. Because if you're a child in the United States, you're constantly being exposed to celebrity, usually in the form of entertainers who seemingly put in minimal effort and reap maximum rewards relative to the rest of us. It's no mystery why children would desire to abandon their pursuit of the steep and arduous ladder of the higher education system, or even physically skilled labor, in favor of something exponentially more lucrative. And this is a clear reason for society getting progressively dumber, just like an idiocracy.
So like they, because I got kids and that's what they're like. And it's like anything that's difficult, like they're just not interested in it. Anything that takes a long time, like building a skill or whatever, actually learning something, like they're just not interested in it. There's like, what is the point? Like, I don't even have to know anything because I can just Google it or look it up or whatever. Like there's no incentive for them to like he said, take on debt and go to school for years and years to go get a job that you're gonna get paid trash, when you could just like make some stupid, you can make an OnlyFans.
Teachers and scientists get paid nothing, and gamers and YouTubers are they're the popular people and they make money.
Yeah, I mean, look at TikTok. You get on there, you do some dance, you contort your body in the different shapes and sizes.
You guys are looking at the micro. It's about you're looking at the micro right now. All those dances, all that stuff, that creates views, which creates ad revenue.
Yeah.
That's what it's about.
Mm-hmm.
They want to manipulate and use these kids to unknowingly sign contracts and stuff like that.
Right.
To use their views that they built by whatever quirk or luck or whatever to get those views. And now they want to say, we want a piece of that now.
Yeah, because
on top of the half that we already get off of your base.
Look at YouTube. It's the most genius business model ever. YouTube doesn't produce any content. What content does YouTube produce?
Okay, but at the same time, I have to say this for the show. We're okay with some of that money. Bring it on. Come on, guys. Give it to us. Come on.
Yeah, if it's out there, I'll take a chunk.
Yeah, even if you do.
I'm just saying, Chaka, come on. Let's give Chaka some. We're doing that. Come on, guys.
That's part of
give
what
him
I'm
some of
working
that.
towards.
Give him some of that manipulate money.
But even if you do, even if you do get to the point where you're monetizing your stuff on like YouTube or some other deal, they're still giving you like 0.001% of the income that they're making off of your stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's crazy. They don't have to produce a damn thing, and they're making a killing.
The question is,
you got to do all the work.
No, the question is though, who's got a better offer?
I don't know. I mean,
that's the thing.
The one with the least the one with the least work. You know what I mean? That's how kids look at it these days. The one with the least stress, let's rock. The one with the more fun, let's do that. You know.
Yeah, but see, they have a monopoly on this stuff because YouTube don't really have any real competition, you know. And then it's kind of our fault too because we all get on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? They provide the platform.
They provide the platform,
and everybody goes to that platform.
Well, no, it's deeper than that because I think that
they got the best lawyers from the beginning and sued all the challengers out of existence.
Well, I don't know. I think
all of the competition.
I think we're creating we're in, you know, like when we pretty much send our kids to school to learn whatever they gonna teach them, and we don't input, you know, our agenda within our own children, is where like we have a big default because we're not, you know what I'm saying, all right, when they get older, they've already been programmed on where the system wants them to go, instead of saying, hey, us as humanity, we need this, regardless of what it's paying. Like, you know, there's these other things that's options that you can, you know, you can do, but how about having something that you specialize in, and regardless of what it pays you, humans have, you know, will always need you for something, and you can still be profitable to God, to the universe overall, than just,
and what you're saying is true, Pat. But and I say this stuff all the time to my kids, but my voice versus fucking TikTok, Facebook, Google, freaking Alexa, you know what I mean? I'm not competing with them. You know what I'm saying? They hear them over and over and over and over and over again, way more than they hear me. And then not only that, they can see the results. You know, they can see that these TikTokers are rich.
But see, that's where you're missing me, because I'm telling you, I mean, I get that, you know, our children are already living in that thing, but what our mistakes was giving that much control to a system that we didn't know what their agenda was. You know, because we're, like let's just say they never went to a school. Let's just say you taught them everything about life, you know, kind of the same way some of our parents did. You know, they learned how to garden, they learned how to sew, they learned how to do things that was necessary for them to be able to live themselves. But, you know, and that's it, you know, what was
smartphones. Like, how would you possibly? I get what you're saying,
but their economy wouldn't have been able to grow this way and become what it has become if we did not, push ourselves right into those systems. That's the thing.
They're
like those
too
things
big. It's impossible to avoid.
No, they're too big now. They only became big because we pushed it. We supported it.
Yeah, because I remember when they would get us suspended for bringing a calculator.
Yeah, but what can we do about that now? You know what I'm saying? There's nothing.
Now that's a
like,
different conversation. That's
those days are long gone.
Well, the solution is still the same. It's just that being able to make your children understand that what the true benefit for them, even for them, regardless of what this looks like and how fun it might be and how easy it seems, but the overall result is still the same. Well, not the same, but the if you don't do the ultimate and rely on yourself, do things where you can be in control of your own life, and the grocery stores is not, if you want to go here and there, but most of your support is in your land, the ground. You able to own something without having to keep on paying for something perpetually. It still has value. And if you keep following what everybody else is doing, there's millionaires that don't own anything because they have been taught it's more beneficial to not own, which I don't know how people
They lease.
could think that.
They lease everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, why not at some point? Yeah, why not at some point be in a position to?
You put it into a trust,
Yeah.
and you control the direction of the trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The trust owns everything.
And
You
invest
own
in those
nothing.
nonprofits.
The company, the trust, owns everything. And that
See,
way
that's the
you
part that's
also
left
get
out of the
around
conversation.
Inherited.
That-
Yeah, that's
No,
that's
no,
a-
you're
that's a show on
1,000%.
its own. That's
Yeah.
a show on its own.
Let me play
Yeah.
Major corporations, leaders of industry in the world, hoarding the ability to capture attention over everything else. But why are the world's biggest companies pursuing watch time over developing projects that could create a better world? But before we continue, I want to tell you about our video sponsor, where you can immerse yourself and you can get game. You'll be able to cater to all effects, and Cap Game does let you choose bonus pack by clicking the link in the evident again from the first time Joe steps into his new world. Every television show is framed with a collage of advertisements. Clothing is plastered with logos. Even the press State of the Union address has a backdrop marketing soda and credit card companies. The hospitals, prisons, schools, all littered with corporate propaganda. In Idiocracy's version of the future, you have no choice but to give these companies your constant attention and buy their products. In this future, fast food and energy drink companies have effectively normalized themselves to the point where nobody questions why one company provides them with the housing, food, and even medicine. Some even praise these companies for the services they provide. And our current world is just so much closer to this than you think. Advertisements are becoming more intrusive by the day, and most of us just accept it. The news articles, streaming services, public transportation, hospitals, university campuses that were all once relatively ad-free are now constantly familiarizing us with various brands and products. And as a result, major corporations continue to grow and monopolize. We're now at a point where major companies like Coca-Cola, Nestle, Amazon, and Disney own almost everything you consume on a daily basis. It's based.
So those couple of companies that they named, they're like everything. And you know what's crazy is when you go in the store or whatever, even you stream in, literally whatever you do, you think there's competition. You think there's two different, but they all owned by the same company. And it's just like another brand name, but it's under the umbrella of the same company. It's an illusion of competition.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that. We had that.
Basically impossible to avoid all of this, as they actually own all the perceived competition. And because they have so much influence in our society and culture, the government is forced to cooperate with them. Even when regulations are in place, these now massive companies can use their infinite funds to buy the influence of public officials, influencers, and the regulators themselves. And in turn, they can ravage our national resources, destroy our culture and society, and commodify our primal desires at the expense of our souls. So
they're commodifying everything. He said commodify our primal desires at the expense of our souls. He said they're gonna buy the politicians do not matter, because they just buy them.
Mm-hmm. But the control is more. But the control is really in our hands. We just can't be such weak bitches to where we just keep complaining about what they're doing and keep supporting the things that they've been doing. And we know that overall, how it's affecting us and harming us. I mean, we prove to be incompetent when we talk all this shit about how bad they are and all this stuff they're doing, but we continue doing the exact same thing that supports it and keeps making them stronger.
Well, we have to bust. Well, we have to bust them up. We can't even agree on what to do. If I'm making an argument, I say these companies are too big and we need to break them up. Then immediately I got somebody defending the damn corporations. I'm like, the corporations are the bad guys. Oh, the poor Walmart. Oh, poor Amazon. It's gonna hurt them. It's hurting their profits. They provide jobs. One. I'm like, screw them. They need to be busted up. That's the answer. They're too big.
It's the mom and pops that you should be supporting and buying at.
Well, that would be good up to a certain point, because even the investors that they're gonna probably need, because because the resources is where the biggest issue is, because the persons who owns have the control of the resources, whether it's Walmart, Target, whatever, blah blah blah, they've already kind of got their deals with the farmers, the manufacturers, whatever. So when the mom and pops need something, guess who they got to go to get it?
Yeah, but still, Doc is right. Supporting the smaller businesses is the deal. But it's so much easier. It's so much easier, and it's like
see, there we go, disagreeing right in front of each other.
I'm not saying.
I agree with that though. I agree with what Doc and Guy's saying, because before Walmart and those things, it was mom and pop general stores. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the vegetables and whatnot came in fresh every day from the farmers, the local farmers. That was the change.
The point I'm making is for
Look
most
at private
people.
Chaka.
What happened?
Look at private chat. Look at private chat, Chaka.
He said, make a who works for a big corp and who works for mom and pop. But
don't read that out loud.
My bad. Anyways,
I was making a joke at you.
Listen, I'm saying
I didn't want to say that out loud.
What leads people to using Amazon is that it's easy. And like we had this argument in the show before, and I was all like, it's our fault. We want our packages here overnight and all of this. And we had a long talk about it. And then you guys were all like, well, Amazon has great deals. You can get the streaming service at the same time, and you can get your package there.
Who was y'all? Wait a minute. Who was it? No.
That's me.
All that beef is Pony Express, though. All that beef Pony Express.
So
I am
yes,
100% Amazon customer.
It's us that's
yearly fee to itself. All of that.
We all as a society. Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
We just can't seem to not use Amazon. We just can't seem to not go to Walmart.
And then use what? Because see, the whole thing is that we've gotten greedy on like even time. The most thing supposedly valuable thing we've hoarded out, and without appreciating what those things really provide. Because I am one of those people, because especially me being a truck driver, being home for a short period of time, my shopping has to happen on the fly, and I'm
and that's why we need to rearrange the way we live our lives. We're giving all of our time away to the corporations, and then therefore we don't have time, and therefore we end up using Amazon because we gotta have our packages overnight.
But that's the same thing that I was just saying. That's the same thing I was saying before. But then you're saying, well, what do we do now? And I'm like, well, okay, it's still the same answer. You still have to withdraw. You're gonna have to.
You have to make some sacrifices. So maybe make less money.
I can tell you why you're both right.
And maybe you're okay with waiting for your packages to come later, or actually going to the store and buying the stuff or whatever, getting less stuff and letting it take longer time, and not being at work so much and not having to make so much money. You know what I'm saying? You got to make sacrifices.
You got to make more money because I mean they're controlling. See, that's the whole thing. Because when it becomes a problem, you know, of you know, when you start to having too many freedoms, then they figure out a way that's gonna slow you down from actually completing your mission of freedom, or to, you know, like
if you're on that hamster wheel of having to make more money, that's the main way that they're controlling all of us. That's the main way. Like, it doesn't matter how much money you're making, you need more. You have to make more.
But if we all have that idea, like let's just say we are a tribe right here, us four on the live, and you know we have our families that we could, you know, that we responsible for. If we united our forces, our financial forces, and we bought some land, and let's just say one of us leaves our job and starts growing and managing a farm where it's even, you know, chickens, you know, all the things that, you know, we could produce on a farm. We're not going to do that because somebody's going to be like, well, I don't like this. I don't like, I mean, and I wish it was not the case. Let me make sure I add that to the, you know, the beginning of this, because I've been begging for that for the longest. Like, it's like, okay, if I was to get some land, who am I going to, you know, well, I got my kids, and then, okay, I understand you got your kids and stuff, but down the road, 20 years from now, your kids ain't gonna have shit because you don't wasted all your time doing this and then the third, and your things are nothing is changing for you or them. And you know, let's just this is hypothetical to some extent, but we really, if we keep doing the what if, there's never going to be the changes. Like, nothing's going to work out perfect ever. So I mean, it's not going to this dystopian, everything that we're saying that we want to see happen won't happen unless we take some of the pitfalls. And you know,
we have to make some sacrifices. You don't
lots of sacrifices.
Like not getting your package overnight, like not working all the time, like, you know, not fucking watching their streaming services, not going to Walmart. Those are the things that we could do.
I know, and like I said, based on how the system is set up, if you don't properly prepare, like, because I said, like, you know, somebody's gonna have to stay on that wheel until everything is set, because if you don't have all your resources and things that you need under your own control, somebody's gonna, these politics are gonna come in and find a way to disturb whatever it is you're going through. So you know, stay on that wheel as long as you need to, but have a plan, and hopefully some real ass people that's gonna roll with you through all the shit. You know what I'm saying? But
let me play some more.
I digress.
So in this context, it doesn't seem far-fetched that one day we'll wake up to a future just like this is the Joe fans in, similar to that of Infinite Jest, out by the next major year of water. But if this trajectory we're on is so obvious, then why haven't we tried to do something about it? Well, the movie then addresses this as well. As these companies grow, they do provide more jobs to the population. According to the most recent census data, nearly 40% of Americans are employed by large companies, with this number skyrocketing over the past decade. It's over 65% if we include mid-sized companies in this figure. And so this means that 40% or 65% of Americans have a vested interest in large companies being able to turn a profit, causing them to overlook the atrocities committed by these corporations, and in some cases, vote against their own long-term best interests if it means potentially avoiding layoffs. And we're seeing this exact same scenario illustrated in the movie. Joe, now given public office as the smartest person on earth, actually solves the country's food scarcity problem by replacing existing irrigation systems that water crops with an energy drink produced by the corporate overlords Brawndo. But replacing Brawndo with water on such a large scale causes the company's stocks to tank, meaning the company lays off 75% of its workforce overnight, which at this point is 75% of their entire population. This results in mass riots at the Capitol and a call for Joe to be sentenced to death. The masses are willing to kill the only man who can save them from starvation in order to preserve their corporate overlords. And I know what you might be thinking. Idiocracy was released by Fox, who by all accounts is one of the main corporations the movie seeks to take down with its satire.
Wait, before he gets to that point, the point about like the stocks tanking or whatever, like, and how we have our own, we have invested interest in, like Walmart is, I want to say Walmart is the largest employer in the United States. Am I right about that? I really do think Walmart employs more people than anybody else.
Actually, the federal government is.
Okay, well that still kind of makes the same argument, but you know the point is that you know the invested interest in that company doing well, right? And so in the movie, the guy, you know, he changed to water. The stock plummeted, and you know they laid off a bunch of people. Now they wanted to kill the guy or whatever, but he was actually doing what needs to be done for them to move forward. You know, but the pain of the process is what people don't want to go through. You know what I'm saying? We're already addicted. You know, we're sucking at the teat, and we you know we can't let it go. You know, and the discomfort of doing the right thing and getting us on track is what we don't want to do. It's kind of like the argument about the regulations we had on the last show, talking about the trains and so forth and so on. And it's like, again, the corporations are going to hurt. They're going to lose money, da 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 da. And it's like, yeah, but see, the regulations is what needs to be done. You know, it's going to hurt over the short term, but it's going to have the long-term positive impact that needs to happen. You get what I'm saying? And so, but we tend to fight against the very thing that's going to make things better. You know, we're trying to defend the corporations, but even, you know, we're so addicted. We have to pay our rent, we have to pay our mortgage, and that's, you know, that's understandable or whatever. Like a person that works at Walmart, and that's how they pay their bills and they pay their car note, is not going to want Walmart to hurt, you know? And that's the reason why on the news, you know, and people invest. That's the other part of it too. And that's the reason why I don't like the whole stock market deal, because that's the other part that gets people, you know, concerned about these companies doing well, because they're making money off of their investments into Walmart or whatever. So when they come on the news and they're like, oh, you know, paying employees $20 an hour is gonna hurt Walmart, and then people are like, oh, it's gonna hurt Walmart. That means I'm not gonna get as much back for my stocks or whatever.
The price is gonna go up. Yeah.
So y'all get it?
I got it.
Yeah. So that makes sense. Let me play a little bit more.
Why would Fox release a film that directly threatens their perception by the public? Well, the truth is, they did everything they could to destroy this movie. Idiocracy was originally meant to be released in August of 2005, but was put on indefinite hold by Fox until its final release date over a year later. And upon its release, it was only shown in 7 US cities. Fox was also completely absent in promoting the movie, and while no official comment was given, there was speculation that Fox was unhappy with how the film's message might play to its advertisers and were effectively trying to keep it from being seen by a larger audience.
For whatever reason.
So they tried to smash out this movie, you know, because it made them look bad, you know.
Speculated that the sole reason for the film's survival was that Fox had a pre-existing extremely lucrative relationship with the movie's creator, Mike Judge. It wasn't until 2018 that someone on the inside, actor Terry Crews, spoke about the film's bizarrely hamstrung release, more or less confirming all of the speculation. Crews actually had this to say: the rumor was, because we used real corporations in our comedy, these companies gave us their name, thinking they were going to get pumped up, and then we're like, welcome to Costco, we love you. And all these real corporations were like, wait a minute. There were lots of people trying to back out, but it was too late. And so Fox, who owned the movie, decided, we're going to release this in as few theaters as legally possible. So it did get a release, probably 3 theaters over 1 weekend, and it was sucked like an Idiocracy. There's still one more facet to complete corporate rule we have yet to explore, and it's physically unhealthy by design. You see, as Joe navigates the world, it becomes increasingly clear that the furniture is ergonomically designed to make you lazy, the infrastructure is designed to become unsanitary, and the only available food is designed to destroy your body. The future Idiocracy shows us is full of sedentary zombies, being drip-fed Carl Jr.'s and sex. But isn't this the antithesis of what these businesses want? Don't they want us to live longer so we can spend more of our hard-earned money on their products? They do, but it's more complicated than you might think. It starts first with encouraging the addictive dopamine feedback loop that I previously outlined, getting people addicted to satisfying their worst impulses by consumption. Sure, this is extremely effective at turning a profit, but it's only really half of the business model, because the biggest companies aren't just trying to sell you an addiction and all the negative effects that come with it. The biggest companies then want to sell you the cure. It becomes apparent with a close
They sell you the addiction and then they sell you the cure.
look at the American Diabetes Association, the American Cancer Society, the American Heart Association, and the Susan G. Komen Foundation. You will see that they're accepting millions of dollars in funding from companies like Kraft, Taco Bell, and KFC, in addition to massive pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. So when we look at the leading companies that make food, the non-profits meant to educate the population on nutritional intake and disease, and the corporations that develop drugs to treat illnesses, they all have a vested interest in maintaining an unhealthy population. That's why almost everyone around you is so unhealthy these days, why people are dying at record rates of cancer. The lines blur even further when food companies such as Nestle directly purchase ownership in health science and research laboratories, and pharmaceutical companies start to invest directly in companies that specialize in the production of food and agriculture. But this doesn't begin and end with food. You can find pharmaceutical companies and religious organizations around the world that have vested interest in nearly every addictive industry across the board. Industries including alcohol, tobacco, gambling, and pornography. They offer pills, treatments, the perfect woman, counseling for all the very addictions they help promote. And it's a very vicious cycle. And I'm not saying these corporations want to deliberately destroy humanity. Instead, they want to nudge us into addiction, push us into a situation where we must do everything we can to survive, giving more and more of our power away to the worst among us, then capitalizing on this desperation, the natural human instinct to survive, by selling us the solutions to our struggles. And
So they put you in desperation and then they benefit off of that desperation. And then you got these companies that are so big that they are like, they're the pharmaceutical company and they're the food company and they're the like Food and Drug Administration, the one that's supposed to be like making sure that everything is clean or safe for you. Like, so all owned by the same damn company. So you know that you're not going to be getting good information. You know that they're going to be like, it's like a feedback loop where, they tell you that it's healthy to eat this food. You get that from this place, and then you eat that food, and then you get sick, and now you got to go get these drugs from this company, and all of that is owned by the same company. Anyways, y'all got comments?
I'll point out specifically. I'll point out specifically on what may or may not be a brand at CVS and what may or may not be a brand at Walgreens. That both of them say that they are approved by the so-and-so Institute of Generic whatever they're trying to say, yet the company that produces the vitamins and things like that actually own the company that approves them.
Yeah. So this is the kind of stuff that people should be mad about. They got us upset about, Donald Trump being on trial, or Biden falling asleep on the podium, or I don't know. You make a list of whatever headlines that are on the TV right now, like somebody is looting the store or whatever, and this is what has our attention, and this is what gets us emotional and fuels our anger, and LGBTQ, they're selling clothes in Target or whatever, or the Bud Light sponsor or whatever the hell, and but this kind of stuff right here, like this should have everyone pissed off, right? Like like I say, if you're not upset, you're not paying attention. You're distracted. You're chasing your next dopamine hit. You know, you're trying to get likes on your fucking Instagram. You know, you're taking pictures of your food and shit. You know, because it doesn't matter what you know, what your sexual preference is, if you're a Republican or if you're a Democrat, or even your tax bracket. We're all fucking in this fucking loop, and we're all getting screwed. And it's a big fugazi, and we should be pissed. We're all dying earlier. We all have to pay this outrageous amount of money for health care. We're paying outrageous prices for the food. They manipulate the gas prices. You know, why are we even driving the cars in the fucking first place? We're stuck in traffic all fucking day. We spend all our fucking time at work. That's the reason why we got to order our packages from Amazon.
Remember, I just started driving for Lyft for the last week too. I freaking hate traffic.
Wow.
I could double my money if I went downtown, and I won't do it because I'm not allowed to cuss in the car while people are with me.
Wow.
Yeah, man. I hate that traffic.
Drive downtown without cussing at people.
It's like a punishment. It's like a punishment. It's like you're being tortured, man. It's a form of torture.
Dude,
you know,
when
you wonder
I
why
worked
so
in the
many people
computer
depressed.
lab, when I worked at the computer lab at the college, I used to say my job was teaching dumb people and their students how to use Microsoft Word. Driving is worse.
Man. And my argument on that too is related to education, where, like, you know, people they're defunding public education left and right. It's like
Fuck education. Common courtesy is the driving problem.
Oh God. Yes, Lord.
But that's part of education.
Back. Let them in. Kick back. Let a person in once in a while.
That's part of education too, though. You know, you could teach
That's
that.
part of being taught how to be a good person. Not
Right.
all about me.
Which should be being taught. Anyways, y'all, I can't stay. It's 4:15 and I gotta be to work at 10.
Fight the power, man. Fight the power.
Fight the powers that be. We don't have music like that no more.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's the dumbing down of the masses has come to the forefront. You know what I mean? And then that's the overall problem of everything. You know, information is power, and knowledge is king. And in order to change anything, we're gonna have to get the pure information out to everybody and put it in their hands and in their head in a form and fashion that they can understand and accept.
And people got to take. That's why I use that tagline where I say, "Look that mess up," because people got to take the time to actually, you know, look this stuff up themselves. You know, they can't just go by what somebody has said, or they can't just think that they already know, because that's how you don't know anything, is because you think you already know. You don't never take the time to look anything up, double check anything, or you go with a narrative.
Here's a good one. You can bring a brain to water, or you can bring a brain to ideas, but you can't make it think.
Yeah.
And whatever ideology that you have, you know, you should be questioning that on a daily basis. You know, look at the opposite argument and freaking question it. Like, don't just support your side that you know that you feel like you aligned with. Go listen to the other side and see what they have to say on it. You know, like I feel like
Right.
if you haven't grown if you have the same way you look at the world that you've been looking at the world. You know,
I can sum that up. The best way to build your faith is to challenge it.
I agree. Yeah.
Life's rule. That's how you build muscles. You
That's
rip
right.
them. You
Stress them out.
challenge them.
That's right.
And then they grow. They get bigger. It hurts.
It's a story in the Bible. Job, I think it's Job, the one where he was good, he had a family, he was rich, and God took everything away from him.
You allow the devil to take everything.
The internet too.
And the point was, you know, he still didn't forsaken God. You know, he questioned why, but you know, he still didn't forsaken God. He was like, you know, the challenge of losing everything, you know, made him stronger. It made him believe more. It made him, you know, man, I can't find the words. Y'all know the story.
Act in faith. Yeah, I know he's done. Yeah.
Yeah, so like, you know, that's basically it. Like, you know, that's what makes you stronger. You know, you lose things, and I'm tired. My brain is fucking turned into mush. So.
Yeah. It's okay.
I'm out of there.
It's okay.
Anyways, y'all, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I don't know if I'm gonna be back tomorrow. My birthday is Sunday. And,
Hey,
I'm trying
happy
to have
birthday.
I'm possibly gonna have a gathering at my place Saturday night. And if I do, then I won't do the show. But if I don't, nobody shows up, then I'll do the show. But you know, I might not be back till next week.
Well, you can always do a show with a gathering too.
With the gathering.
Maybe a little short something.
Well, no. I'm serious, between now and then, find just some blow-off funny stuff.
Yeah.
People saying stupid stuff, falling down, maybe a couple of cat videos.
I'll think about it. We'll see. I might show up for a little
I'm
while.
sorry, man. I'm producer minded. I should have done this. If you had told me a week ago, I would have had some ideas for you.
Yeah, you never know what I might do. I might just come on early and do like a quick little something and hop off and get into the little gathering. Who knows?
We needed to do stuff and then pull people's opinions from whoever's there.
Yeah,
get them involved.
We'll see. Anyways, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining.
I have two phones with two logins. Oh yeah. By the way, Magnus Mayhem.
Yeah, thanks for
Love you,
joining.
man.
Yeah, tell us something
for
about
being here.
yourself. You know, why'd you join and whatever. Like, you know, introduce
Well-
yourself to the audience.
Hi everybody. I'm Magnus. I'm a good friend of Patrick's. We grew up together.
Okay.
And we've been soundboarding off each other for years, you know what I mean? To be able to put our voice, put my voice into the air with whatever little knowledge that I can give to someone, you know, that's the benefit of it all, you know, for me. To try to get some understanding out of life, you know, that's the receptacle, you know what I mean? So I'm here and I'll be joining a lot, you know, as many times as you guys get together. I'll be more than happy to
We
chip
try to
in.
come on every Friday and Saturday at about 11:30-ish. And you know, the format of the show goes pretty much how it was tonight. So yeah, and everybody's invited. So anyone can come and join and chop it up with us, you know.
I have, you know, I told you about my parents, you know, I chose to live on the other side of the track. I I would like to throw as much knowledge as I can to anyone that may have wanted to jump on the other side of the track, or may have wanted to see what was on the other side of the track, or to keep someone from jumping on that side of the track. You know, I would love. That's what I want to do. You know.
Well, we can make it a subject or something, because yeah, it's always good guidance for people. Like, they don't know. It's like what they say: the grass is always greener on the other side. Like, till you go over there and you see that shit brown and.
Oh yeah, oh shit's really brown. Oh, it's brown.
You realize it's just painting.
Jeez.
And the paint wears off quick.
It's turf. It's fake. Yeah, man. So yeah, I appreciate you joining, man. I really do, and your comments and thoughts. Really appreciate hearing from you, man. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here, guys.
All right.
Hey, on Facebook, we use the group Activate. Go ahead, go there. Make sure we know your Facebook or something like that. That way we can send you an invite or whatever. We post little clips that we find on there. Chaka posts what he's thinking about to put on the show.
Right.
And so stuff you want to know and communicate to people, stuff you want him to consider for the show, make sure you drop it on Activate on Facebook.
On the Facebook, and then that way you know what we're going to cover in the show too, so you can like familiarize yourself with the topic before we get on here.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
All right, man. Peace and love.
Believe me, I personally, I don't know, Chaka, I'm sure does very much value some new faces and new opinions in.
I do. I really do. Yeah, I do.
Right. While we were on here, I was trying to invite other people that I know that would be able to throw a good objective line or what have you into the conversation.
People always say they're going to join and then they never do. They get scared. It's like, people are shy and like stage frightened, whatever. So we do have a lot of viewers, like, all over everywhere, man. So like, but it is what it is. I just get on here. I know I'm wrong half the time, probably 90% of the time.
Hey, well,
I'm not scared of being wrong. I'm not scared of it.
The name Magnus Von Mayhem, big damn trouble, baby. That's it.
Yeah.
So let's have some fun. Let's do it.
All right, y'all. Peace and love. We'll be
You
back.
got the name of a wrestler from like the 80s.
That's right. I grew up like that, baby.
I mean, I think he was out of Louisiana.
Magnus Van
And he was a
Mayhem.
big,
Coming to the
he was a
state.
big old black guy named Magnus Von Mayhem. Raw.
He's bringing the mayhem to you.
He jumped off the top rope and all that stuff. I'm sorry. I agree a lot.
All right, y'all, man. I got to get out of here. Try to get me some sleep.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good night. Good morning.
Peace and love.